Section 16 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 5. 1628 to 1630. A few days after the submission of La Rochelle, a great storm destroyed the mole which had been the city's destruction. Winds and floods devastated the west of France, and the Cardinal and the Chancellor were nearly drowned in crossing the Loire on their journey with the court back to Paris. There was no time for delay. France was on the eve of a new war, and though the Huguenot question was not really settled, as long as the Duc de Rohan kept rebellion stirring in Languedoc, Richelieu felt himself safe in laying it aside for the moment. Spain and Savoy had attacked the Duke of Mantua. His fortress of Casale and Montferrat had been blockaded by Spanish troops for some months before the fall of La Rochelle, but had held out gallantly in the hope of relief from France. Indeed, a body of French volunteers had already forced their way in, led by the Cardinal's trusted agent, M. de Guron, whom he had sent from La Rochelle to manage matters with Savoy until the French were free to act openly. The difficulty now was that French opinion found itself deeply divided on the question of Mantua. The new duke was Charles de Gonzague, Duc de Nevers, who had succeeded Vincenzo di Gonzaga as a lineal descendant of the old family. His succession to Mantua and Montferrat was disputed in various quarters and for various reasons. The Duke of Savoy claimed Montferrat, the Duke of Guastalla claimed Mantua, Spain would not have a French prince ruling in Italy, and the Emperor, Ferdinand II, insisted on his right as suzerain to hold the provinces and to decide the matter. The Duc de Nevers was one of the greatest nobles in France, and not only that, he was the head of the house of Palaeologus, and the natural heir, had it still existed, to the throne of Constantinople. He was a high-minded, magnificent personage, brave, chivalrous, romantic, Père Joseph's intimate friend and fellow crusader. Under the Regency, he had been a disturbing element, and Marie de Médicis hated him for reasons of her own. In those days, her rage against him had led her to speak scornfully of his birth and his race, which, coming to the Duke's knowledge, says M. de Montglat, he said that he knew well the respect he owed her as the mother of his king, but that, on the other hand, everyone was aware that the Gonzagas were princes before the Medici were gentlemen. These words so piqued the Queen that she never forgave him. Therefore, there was a private motive of revenge behind the strong opposition offered by the Queen Mother and her friends. The Chancellor Marillac, on this occasion, joining his voice once more with those of the Cardinal de Bérulle and the Princesse de Conti and her lover Bassompierre, and all those of the court who hated and envied Richelieu, to the plan of marching at once with the victorious army of La Rochelle to the succour of the Duke of Mantua. They argued that the troops needed rest after their 18 months of hardship, that the Huguenot party was not yet really crushed and would have time to rise again, that the Duke of Mantua's difficulties mattered little in comparison with a peaceful settlement at home. To these zealous Catholics it appeared horribly inconsistent that the Pope should send congratulations and command Te Deums, and that a cardinal's hat should be bestowed on Alphonse de Richelieu, now Archbishop of Lyons, a striking departure from the precedent which forbade that honour to two brothers. All this to glorify the conquest of La Rochelle, while the hero of that conquest was ready and eager to plunge into war with the Catholic powers, Austria and Spain. This was the keenest trial of strength that had yet taken place between the Queen Mother and her former protégé. To all her arguments she added those of family affections and old alliance. the Queen of Spain and the future Duchess of Savoy, were the king's sisters. Peace with Spain and the Empire had been the chief object of her own policy as regent. In reply, Richelieu maintained his views. The honour of France was concerned in the Mantuan affair. The Duke's legitimate right could not be disputed, and if France were to suffer the pretensions of Spain, Savoy, and the Empire, she would be acting a part both cowardly and foolish. Never would Louis XIII's minister consent thus to degrade his king. The cardinal went on to make a statement of his policy and his intentions, promising that by the month of May Casale would be relieved, and the royal army free to deal with the Huguenots in Languedoc. So that your Majesty will, I hope, return victorious to Paris in the month of August. In a more personal strain, he reproached the king for want of confidence, and frankly pointed out in Marie's presence the faults of character which made him a difficult master to serve. Then once more he alluded to his own weak health, and offered to lay down the burden of office, too heavy, he said, for him to bear. Marie de Medicis listened, and perhaps, with her eyes fixed on her gloomy and worried son, hoped for an instant that the cardinal's career was ended. Nothing of the kind. When the king had heard all this, with as much patience as the humours of the great generally bestow on the most important affairs, he told the cardinal that he was resolved to profit by what had been said, but would hear no more of his retirement. From this conference, says M. Martin, Richelieu sortit roi. Our point of view shows this as a fact, but neither the cardinal himself nor his enemies saw it at the time. The Queen Mother's hostility was only now becoming open and active. The day of dupes, when Richelieu ran his greatest risk and reached his summit of power, was still almost 2 years distant. The king left Paris for the south on January 15th, 1629, travelling through eastern France, while the army of La Rochelle under Marshals Schomberg, Bassompierre, and de Crequy, having refreshed itself among the mountains of Auvergne, marched to join His Majesty in Dauphiné. Cardinal de Richelieu travelled with the king from Châlons. On his way from Paris he stopped at Les Caves, near Nogent-sur-Seine, a country house belonging to his old friend Claude Bouthillier, then a Secretary of State, afterwards Surintendant de Finance, the father of young Léon Bouthillier, Comte de Chavigny, who became Richelieu's right hand and was loved by him as a son. At Les Caves the cardinal met the Prince de Condé and conferred with him as to the crushing of the Huguenots in Languedoc. But he had room for other thoughts. A letter to M. Bouthillier, written on leaving Les Caves, is attractive in its detachment from the whirlpool of politics and war. "I cannot leave your house to pursue my way," he writes, "without thanking you for the good cheer Madame Bouthillier has bestowed on us, which was such that if you had yourself been here you could have added nothing to it. Also, I must tell you that, whereas you described this house as a farm, it may be called a very fine and pretty house, leaving nothing to be desired but the building of a gallery on the left hand of the entrance in order to match the right wing." In postscript, the cardinal advises M. Bouthillier as to the purchase of a chateau at Pont-sur-Yonne, where in later years, rich and beneficent, M. le Surintendant and his wife often entertained royalty. A month later found Louis XIII and his army at the foot of the Alps, on the frontiers of France and Piedmont. Some negotiations between Richelieu and the Prince of Piedmont, the king's brother-in-law, having ended in nothing, the French proceeded to invade Savoyard territory. It was not an easy matter, in the first days of March, over mountain paths buried in snow, to reach and to storm the rocky and barricaded gorge which, beyond Montgenèvre on the French side, led to the fortified town of Susa, the gateway of Piedmont. The whole gorge was commanded by Spanish and Piedmontese troops, firing down on the invaders. The Duke of Savoy himself was in the field. In the dark hours of early morning, Louis XIII. Led his regiments to the attack. Plunging on foot through the snow, freely hazarding his person, says Aubery, and running the same risk as the least soldier in his army, the story goes that the victory was largely owing to his own resolute courage. The marshals in command, they say, and even the cardinal, were inclined to hesitate at an adventure that looked so dangerous. The king climbed the mountain and met a goatherd who showed him a path by which the barricades and their defenders could be outflanked, while the main body under the marshals rushed furiously on the barricades and cleared the gorge. At the point of the sword, the royal musketeers scaled the rocks and drove down the enemy, first to the barricades, then along the road to Susa. In the helpless rout of his troops, the Duke of Savoy narrowly escaped being taken prisoner. A few days were enough to reduce the romantic mountain town of Susa, and the relief of Casale followed at once. For the furious energy of the French, acting as one man under the inspiring force of Richelieu, was too much for Charles Emmanuel of Savoy. He sent his daughter-in-law in great magnificence to visit her royal brother at Susa, and hastily made a treaty with France, of which he was not long in repenting. But the immediate and necessary consequence was the retirement from Montferrat of the Spanish general Don Gonzalez de Cordoba. A half promise that Philip IV. Of Spain would induce the emperor to grant the new Duke of Mantua his desired investiture was not so easy of fulfilment. There were diplomatic wheels within wheels. While Richelieu's negotiations with Savoy and Spain were still in progress, Spain was turning a favourable ear to the Due de Rohan, who proposed to keep France in a state of war as long as His Catholic Majesty pleased, undertaking that his party, if successful in establishing a Protestant republic in the south, would assure liberty of conscience and the free exercise of their religion to Catholics, on the condition of a handsome subsidy and pensions for himself and his brother. This agreement was actually signed at Madrid on May 3rd, when Richelieu was still at Susa, the king and the larger part of the army having already recrossed the Alps and marched through the Dauphiné to the Rhone. So far the prophecy had been fulfilled. The month of May had found the royal forces free to join Condé, Montmorency, and d'Epernon, and thus to deal with the rebels in Languedoc. They were not capable of much resistance. The brothers Rohan and Soubise, with their friends, had no regular army to oppose the King of France and his 50,000 men. A recent treaty between France and England had deprived them of Charles I's possible help, and Richelieu's movements were far too quick for Spain. By the middle of May, the royal armies had poured like a devastating torrent over Languedoc and a part of Guienne, destroying the green crops, the growing corn, all the year's food of the strong little towns and villages, and driving the scattered people to the mountains. Every detail of the campaign was planned by Richelieu, and it was he who arranged that the king himself should escape the early summer heats by crossing the Cevennes to the Tarn country and carrying out there the general scheme of destruction. The first step in the campaign was the decisive one, and cost more to both sides than all the rest. Privas, on its high ridges, the gallant little stronghold of the Vivarais, 17 years earlier the seat of a general Protestant synod, was now called upon literally to give its life for the cause. After a fortnight's fighting siege, during which many lives were lost, the inhabitants and the garrison insisted that their brave commander, Saint-André de Montbron, should make terms with the king. These were refused, and the surrender had to be unconditional. Town and people were treated with terrible severity. Both besiegers and besieged have been blamed for a furious fire which broke out as the royal troops were entering the fortress. In the awful night of confusion and massacre that followed, Privas was sacked and burnt to the ground with every circumstance of savagery. At such times Louis XIII was hard and inflexible. He would have hanged Saint André had not the Cardinal intervened to save him. Indeed, on this occasion and others, Richelieu showed a humanity for which most writers have given him little credit. Toward political offenders he was indeed the Iron Cardinal. No mercy for those who came in the way of his great designs, but he had pity for the helpless fugitives of Privas. He was ill in bed on the fatal night of May 29th. But in spite of his illness, writes Aubry, having mounted his horse with 200 gentlemen, he went himself to meet the crowd of inhabitants who had forsaken their homes and their goods, and among others he saved 12 young girls from 16 to 18 years old, caused them to be led in safety to the Château d'Autremont, and recommended them with much charity to the lady of that place, who took great care of them. Afterwards, one brought to him an infant of 7 months found in the arms of his dead mother, and having praised and rewarded the soldier for saving from among the dead him who had but begun to live, he gave the child a nurse and commanded that he should be well brought up and should be called Fortunat de Privas. That such actions should be remembered as exceptional only proves what was then the usual fate of wretched non-combatants. The well-known horrors of the 30 Years' War then raging in Germany, soon to be shared in by France, are witness enough. Compared with Tilly and Mansfeld in their campaigns of mercenary ravage and slaughter, Richelieu's dealings with the Huguenot faction appear, considering all things, actually gentle. After the taking of Privas, the royal armies swept the south with little difficulty. One after another, the towns and fortified villages opened their gates and laid down their arms, and when the king made his triumphal entry into Nîmes early in July, Richelieu had attained the first great end of his policy. The Huguenot state within the state had practically ceased to exist. The Duc de Rohan and the Protestants of the south, once conquered, were treated with moderation. A general amnesty was granted. Rohan retired to Venice a free man. Liberty of conscience was assured by the confirmation of the Edict of Nantes. The one severe condition was the razing of all the Huguenot fortifications throughout the provinces. This had to be accepted and carried out, sorely against the will of the many proud little towns and village strongholds scattered through the mountains and valleys of that stern country, which now found themselves tame and defenceless under the power of the crown. Only one town, Montauban, of fighting memory, stood out and refused to destroy the walls and towers that were her glory and pride. She refused so obstinately that the king, tired of his hot campaign, began his journey back to Paris on July 15th, leaving the cardinal himself ill of fever to bring her to reason. This he did with such success, after 2 or 3 weeks of argument, the Montauban deputies following him from town to town, that they at last consented to swallow the bitter pill of complete submission. In the middle of August he entered Montauban peaceably with a strong force, and was received with almost royal honours, and specially harangued by the Protestant ministers. After lingering a few days to see the destruction of the ramparts well begun, il retourna triomphant à Paris, au grand crève-cœur de ses ennemis. But those enemies were increasing in number, strength, and confidence. The chances seemed far more even to lookers-on of that day than to us, who possess the balances of history. The reigning queen, the queen mother, Monsieur, all the princes of the blood except Condé, Alexander de Vendôme had died at Vincennes in the early spring of 1629, and his family held Richelieu responsible. Most of the great nobles and ladies of the court, statesmen such as Michel de Marillac, marshals of France such as his brother Louis, lately promoted to that rank, Bassompierre and others, ecclesiastics such as the Cardinal de Bérulle, all these, openly or secretly, for personal or political reasons, were opposed to Richelieu. He had his hearty adherents, the followers of his star, but they were few and rather clever than powerful. His only real support was the king, and Louis XIII showed considerable strength of character in standing by his minister against such odds, social and religious. Arriving victorious at Fontainebleau, Richelieu was received with angry coldness by Marie de Medicis. He had not only carried out the policy she hated as to Mantua, Spain and Savoy, but he had shown the rebel Huguenot what seemed to her a scandalous toleration. A furious jealousy of his influence with the king was so evident a motive of her rage that the cardinal found it politic to bow before the storm. Once more he solemnly offered his resignation to the king. Once more Louis, torn between the claims of his mother and his minister, having spent a day in tears, refused to receive it. On the contrary, he heaped fresh honours on the cardinal. By letters patent he became Chief Minister of State, the first time in French history that such an appointment had been formally made. A kind of peace was patched up with the Queen Mother. She and her friends only bided their time. The death of Cardinal de Bérulle, a few days after Richelieu's return from the south, removed one of the best of her counsellors and left her more completely in the hands of a violent faction. Now, in the autumn, the Duke of Mantua found himself again in a desperate plight. The Emperor Ferdinand, victorious over the Protestants of the north, turned to revenge the check that France had given to his feudal authority and to the armies of Spain. The unlucky Grisons found their country once more overrun, this time by an imperial army under Marshal Colalto, which descended the Valtellina and stormed across the Lombard plain to the siege of Mantua, very slightly hindered by a Venetian force which had come to the Duke's aid. At the same time, the valiant old Marquis Spinola, the Spanish governor of Milan, invaded Montferrat and again besieged Casale, where Monsieur de Toiras, the hero of the Isle of Ré, was now in command. It looked as if the French were to lose all advantages gained by their brilliant spring campaign. The whole aspect of affairs was alarming, for the danger was not only that which the Duke of Mantua's imploring letters pressed upon the king. Imperial armies were massing on the eastern frontier of France, threatening Champagne, and it was necessary that a French force should be sent to watch them. The Duke of Lorraine's loyalty was uncertain. It cannot have been without misgivings that Richelieu placed that gate of the kingdom in charge of his suspected enemy, Louis de Marillac, with Monsieur, the light and treacherous, in nominal chief command. As to himself, he left court intrigues behind him, left his master to the persuasions of men and women who hated him, and accepted the royal commission of Lieutenant General de la Léman, which not only gave him the supreme command of the new Italian campaign, but made him the actual representative of royalty in all matters political and military. No constable of France had ever reached such a height of delegated power. At 10 o'clock in the morning of December 29th, he took leave, says Aubery, of the king and the queens at the Louvre. He then dined in the chamber of Madame de Combalet, his niece, then lady-in-waiting to the Queen Mother, and toward 3 o'clock in the afternoon he mounted into his coach, having with him the Cardinal de la Valette, the Duc de Montmorency, who were both at one portière, and the Maréchaux de Bassompierre and de Schomberg at the other. Outside the gates of the Louvre he was joined by a troop of 100 cavaliers, all men of rank, who accompanied him for half a league outside the city, where his train and his guards awaited him. Thus he took his way in the depth of winter to carry succour to Montferrat, leaving the court and Paris in a season whose rigour is particularly felt in the open country. Letters written by the cardinal from Lyons show how his thoughts lingered behind at Paris among the enemies and friends he had left there. Having obtained a piece of the True Cross from the Celestins at Avignon, he sent it with a letter to Marie de Medicis by the hands of his niece, her lady-in-waiting. Enclosed with the treasure was a confidential letter to Madame de Combalet, one of his 3 friends in Marie's household, the other 2 being his cousin Charles de la Meilleraye, captain of the guard, and Denis Boutillier de Rancé, private secretary, asking her to beg from Her Majesty the favour of 3 lines in her own hand to be shown to those who made it their business to inquire if she had written to him. Such lines would be of more value, he says, than whole sheets from the secretary, qui est bon pour d'autres, mais non pour une ancienne créature. The odd touch of something like sentiment, appealing to the Queen's memory, seems to justify what has been said of the great cardinal, that he did not understand women. It looks as if he had persuaded himself that the recent reconciliation would be lasting, that Marie had forgotten her grudges, and might be expected in his interest to silence the curious and the impertinent. A campaign against Germany and Spain sounded formidable, but in fact it resolved itself into a duel between Cardinal de Richelieu and the Duke of Savoy. That cunning old prince did not at once break through the Treaty of Susa, which bound him to take the French side in case the Duke of Mantua was again attacked by Spain, but he did his best by every device in his power to hinder the march of the French army. The danger did indeed become less immediate. Plague, fever, and floods forced Marshal Colalto to retire from Mantua, and M. de Toiras held his own in Casale. Even before Richelieu had crossed the mountains, the Pope's intervention brought about some talk of peace, while Charles Emmanuel made endless difficulties as to the terms on which the French, to gain Montferrat, should pass through the territories of Savoy. But all these delays only made Richelieu more resolute and more impatient. He descended into Dauphiné, swept an army over the Alps in terrible weather, and took up his quarters at Susa, still in French hands. Charles Emmanuel continued the game he was playing with both sides. The cardinal soon knew that while negotiating with him as to joint action against Spain, the Duke was in communication with the Spanish and imperial commanders, was trying to make sure of the passes behind the French army, and was delaying the supplies purchased with French gold from Casale. The Duke seemed, in fact, to hold the key of the situation. This state of affairs did not last long. It may be said that when the Marquis de Chilloux exchanged sword for crozier, France lost a great field marshal, yet it is only partly true. Over and over again Richelieu, the soldier, proved himself the match in genius, will, and spirit of Richelieu the cardinal and statesman. The conqueror of La Rochelle was now fully equal to the difficult campaign forced upon him by the disloyal movements of the Duke of Savoy. Instead of crossing the frontier into Montferrat to the immediate relief of Casale, Richelieu marched his 22,000 men on Rivoli, where his false ally, with his sons and the armed forces of Savoy, lay in wait to command the French rear. At the news of this advance, Duke and Princes Savoyard and Piedmontese fled back pell-mell to Turin. It was one of the picturesque moments in Richelieu's life. At the dawn of a March day, under torrents of rain and hail, he forded the swollen river Dora at the head of his cavalry. The infantry crossed by a narrow bridge. Horse and foot were alike in a bad humour, after many days of forced marches in terrible weather by mountain and plain. They cursed their leader freely enough as he splashed through the ford and caracoled on the farther bank, armed to the teeth and escorted by pages and guards. Little trace of the ecclesiastic in that handsome general officer, his worn face under a feathered hat, a steel cuirass on his body, ready to share in all the hardships of his discontented men. In his memoirs Richelieu has nothing but good to say of the soldiers, whose insolence, according to others, vexed him at the time. "The poor soldiers did their duty gaily," he writes, "but the next day all grievances were forgotten. In snug quarters at Rivoli, drinking the Duke of Savoy's good wine and devouring his stores, the men were shouting merrily, 'Vive le grand Cardinal de Richelieu!'" He was too wise to advance against Spain and Austria, leaving Savoy and Piedmont to attack him in the rear. His next move really decided the war. He swept back towards the mountains, took Pinerolo, after a short siege, and seized on several strong frontier places, the gateways of the Alps between Dauphiné and Piedmont. Once more, as in early centuries, France held the keys to Italy. The war dragged on through the summer. Its history must be read elsewhere. The court moved to Lyons, and Richelieu met the king at Grenoble early in May. Together, in a short and easy campaign, they conquered Savoy. Chambéry opened its gates on May 15th. The extreme unhealthiness of the season, plague raging in northern Italy, prevented Louis from personally taking the command of his Italian army. From Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne he and the cardinal watched the course of events, while sending the Duc de Montmorency across Mont-Cenis with troops to reinforce the marshals in command at Pinerolo. The combined armies made fresh conquests and behaved magnificently, but the great heat and the ravages of disease were enemies as formidable as Spaniards and imperialists, who on their side held doggedly to their objects and gained at least one tremendous success. The storming of Mantua by the Emperor's troops on the night of July 17th was a crime against civilization. Art treasures never to be replaced were lost and destroyed in the sack of the old Gonzaga Palace on its gleaming lake, a shrine of Renaissance beauty since the days of Isabella d'Este. Immediately after this catastrophe, Charles Emmanuel of Savoy died of despair at the loss of his towns and provinces. His son, the husband of Madame Christine of France, was more alive to the wisdom of an alliance with Louis XIII. An obstacle was thus removed from the path of the peace negotiations, which went on in spite of active war all through the summer and the early autumn, the chief agents in them being Père Joseph at the Diet of Ratisbonne, and a young Italian diplomat in the service of the Pope, named Giulio Mazzarini. When late in October the war ended with the retirement of the Austrians and Spaniards, the relief of Casale, and the restoration of Mantua to Duke Charles, it seemed as if Richelieu's triumphs abroad and at home were signal and complete. And yet, at this very time, he was on the edge of destruction. End of section 16. Section 17 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 6. 1630. Louis XIII, always weak in health, suffered seriously from the pestilential air of that summer. In August he rejoined the court at Lyons, where he fell ill of fever and dysentery, and the cardinal, hurrying back from Savoy, found his royal master almost in extremity. By the end of September, after 7 bleedings in 1 week, the case was given up as hopeless. Louis received the last sacraments, the whole court believed him dying, and a swift courier summoned Gaston d'Orléans from Paris. That blind and frivolous instrument of the enemies of the state became suddenly a personage of the very highest importance. Richelieu, as he watched his dying master, was probably the most deeply troubled man in all the distracted court. He saw, writes M. Martin, his power crumbling, his life threatened, his work even dearer to him than life, his work hardly sketched out, on the brink of destruction, his country falling back into the abyss from which he had raised her. He was indeed in imminent danger. His enemies, the Queen Mother in Chief, flattered themselves that his fate was at last in their hands. The king's death was to be the signal for his arrest. In the meanwhile, Marie held counsel with her friends as to what should be done with him. All, according to tradition, held different opinions. Some condemned him to death, and among these to his own undoing was the Marechal de Marillac. Some were for lifelong imprisonment, The mildest talked of perpetual exile. The story goes that Richelieu, the omniscient, always well served by spies, and himself ready to play the part on occasion, listened to the debate through a chink hidden by tapestry. Further, that there came a day when each of his enemies met the fate he had recommended for the Cardinal. Louis XIII. Was well aware of the danger in which his death would leave his most distinguished servant. He respected Richelieu, even if he had not, in his own queer way, a kind of affection for him. At this crisis he sent for the Duc de Montmorency, with all his faults, one of the most generous and chivalrous of Frenchmen, and commended the Cardinal to his protection. It seems that Montmorency had already offered it, with a safe refuge in his government of Languedoc. These facts added bitterness to the terrible events of 2 years later. Montmorency's kindness was not needed. An internal abscess broke, and the King began to recover. But the Cardinal's position was far from safe. During days of weary convalescence, the tender nursing of Louis's mother and his wife gained for them a new and strong influence over his mind. Perhaps Queen Anne's hatred of the Cardinal was even more thoroughgoing than that of her mother-in-law, and she had more power to injure him, if the malicious court gossip of the day is at all based on facts. Had he really made love to her in his awkward and pedantic fashion? It is only fair to say that Monsieur Avenel, his most thorough and careful student, could find not one line of certain evidence for any of the stories of this kind that were told against him. However, the voices of the two women prevailed so far that Louis, weak and exhausted, made them a kind of conditional promise. He could not dispense with his minister while the war in Italy still went on. Let that be successfully ended, and then possibly he might see his way toward ending Richelieu's career. With this prospect in view, the Queen Mother waited patiently. When the news of peace arrived, the court had just accomplished its journey, made chiefly by river, from Lyons to Paris, and it was noticed by the way that Her Majesty accepted the Cardinal's company and respectful attention, treating him apparently with all her former confidence. It seemed to ignorant spectators only natural that she should celebrate the relief of Casale, the end of the war, with bonfires and fireworks. The Princesse de Conti hardly needed her frank explanation. It is not at the Duke of Mantua's good luck, but at the Cardinal's ruin that I rejoice. But the feu de joie blazed too soon. Marie found that her son, restored to health and victorious, was not quite ready to dismiss the genius to whom his kingdom owed so much. It was a bitter disappointment. Marie held her more violent feelings in check, listened perforce to the King's assurances of Richelieu's loyalty, and consented to meet him on the Royal Council as usual. She was even prepared for a formal reconciliation with her ancienne créature, to be sealed by receiving back Madame de Combalet into the service and favour from which she had been dismissed some months before. But here Marie's dissembling ended, and on November 9, 1630, with a burst of feminine fury, began that grand orage de la cour which threatened to break Armand de Richelieu in full upward flight. The man already feared by Catholic Europe and the hope of the northern Protestants, with whose new leader, Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, his diplomacy was even now allying France. Madame de Combalet appeared that morning at the Luxembourg and was received by the Queen Mother and the King in all the splendour of the new palace, with its silver-framed windows, its walls and ceilings decorated by great artists, already the admiration of Europe. Madame de Combalet herself was made for courts, though she disliked and despised them. Still young and very handsome, her quiet dignity was at home anywhere in the Carmelite convent, from which all her uncle's persuasion and authority had hardly withdrawn her, at the head of his house, or, as now, at the feet of frowning royalty. On her knees she made the Queen a polite and respectful speech, begging to be restored to favour. At first Marie was stiff and cold, then she became angry, then, as rage got the better of her ponderous temperament, she forgot all her promises and poured out on the unlucky lady such a torrent of abuse and insult that Louis himself stepped forward, gave his hand to Madame de Combalet, and asked her to retire. A nervous, sensitive woman, it was no wonder that she left the presence in floods of tears. The Cardinal, arriving by appointment for his own audience of reconciliation, met his niece at the door. The sight of her face was so sharp a warning that he hesitated, we are told, before passing on. In the meanwhile, the Queen Mother was assuring her son that she had not changed her mind. Her reception of the Cardinal would be all he could desire. This was an affair of state. The disgrace of a useless creature like la Combalet could signify to no one. If Marie believed in her own intention, she reckoned without her passionate temper. It is true that she received the Cardinal with tolerable graciousness, but many minutes had not passed before her tone changed for the worse. Peu à peu la marée monte, the rising tide of anger. Richelieu heard himself called an ungrateful, perfidious knave, a traitor to his king and country. The Queen Mother refused to sit with him any more on the council. Along with Madame de Combalet, La Meilleraye, and Denis Boutillier, he was roughly dismissed from her service. He still held his old charge of superintendent of her household. He might go, she said at last, and never willingly would she look upon his face again. Richelieu listened quietly. He attempted no useless prayer or argument, but bowed and went. There was something of a scene between Louis XIII and his mother. Marie justified herself with success, as it seemed to her, solemnly assuring the king that Richelieu was in every way false to him, that his secret ambition was to marry his niece to the Comte de Soissons and to make the Comte king. These and many other accusations she poured into the sullen ears of her son. Let him be rid of this evil man, this terrible minister, the ruin of France. Let him put his trust in faithful servants, such as the brothers Marillac. With Michel as First Minister and Louis as Commander-in-Chief, the safety and honour of France would be assured. But before all things, let him keep his promise and get rid of Richelieu. A stronger man than Louis XIII would have found the position a difficult one. He had to choose between his mother, on whose side were his wife, his brother, nearly all the court, and half the kingdom, and the minister, whose personal influence over him was considerable, and on whom, as reason told him, the greatness of France, both within and without, now very largely depended. Duty to his mother, duty to his country. Louis XIII had a conscience, and it was torn in two. He was lodging at the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs in the Rue de Tournon, once Concini's house, sacked by the mob in 1616, for he had come up from Versailles to visit the Queen Mother, and the Louvre was under repair. He walked back from the Luxembourg, shut himself into his room with his gentleman-in-waiting, Saint-Simon, a wise young man whom Richelieu, luckily for himself, had appointed to the post, tore the buttons off his coat in a violent fit of nerves, and flung himself on the bed. Presently he poured out his worried soul to Saint-Simon. What did he think of the Queen Mother's conduct, and of the whole affair? The young man was very discreet, but he reminded the king that he was a king as well as a son, and ventured to give his opinion that the Cardinal was necessary to France. Enfin, sire, vous êtes le maître. Yes, I am, said Louis, and they shall feel it. The next day, Sunday, November 10th, Saint Martin's Eve, Louis went again to the Luxembourg. He was resolved, it seems, to have his way, and to persuade or command his mother to change her mind. Bassompierre attended him to the palace, and gives some vivid details of the interview in the Queen's cabinet, although neither he nor any other courtier was present. He says that while the King and his mother were talking, all the doors being carefully shut, Monsieur le Cardinal arrived, who, finding the door of the antechamber fastened, entered the gallery and knocked at the door of the cabinet, but no one replied. At length, impatient of waiting, knowing the ways of the house, he passed through the little chapel, the door of which had not been closed. Thus Monsieur le Cardinal entered the cabinet. The King was somewhat astonished, and said to the Queen with dismay, "Here he is." Monsieur le Cardinal, who perceived their astonishment, said to them, "I am sure you were talking of me." The Queen answered him, "We were not." On which he, having replied to her, "Confess it, madame," she said it was so, and upon that spoke against him with great sharpness, declaring that she would have no more to do with him, and many other things. Richelieu preserved his sphinx-like patience. To Marie's insults and reproaches he answered not a word, but he realised that he was in danger, and he did his best to soften the angry woman by pleading for himself, even with tears, which, says an enemy, he had at command, declaring his innocence and his entire devotion to Her Majesty. The Queen, on her side, wept passionately, crying out that all he said and did was knavery and mummery. Then, turning to her son, she asked him if he preferred un valet to his mother, for he must choose between them two. "Then it is only natural that I should be sacrificed," said the Cardinal, and immediately, once more, he offered his resignation to the troubled King, begging to be allowed to retire to some place where he might end his days in repose. To all appearance, Louis accepted his resignation and granted his request, even advising him to retire to Pontoise. Cardinal de Richelieu left the palace and went back to his hotel, the Petit Luxembourg. The Palais Cardinal, though in progress, was not yet finished, with every reason to believe himself a disgraced and a ruined man. It is not likely that Louis really intended to part with his minister, but it was touch and go. He had gained time by pacifying his mother for the moment, and had thought to do wisely by removing the hated object from her sight. His next step was to send envoys to reason and negotiate at the Luxembourg. Père Suffren, the royal confessor, and Cardinal Bagny, the Pope's nuncio, both did their best, but absolutely in vain. At the moment of her suddenly snatched triumph, Marie de Medicis was not likely to listen to them. Early the next morning the King hurried back to his hunting lodge at Versailles. It looked as though his promises of 4 years ago had been mere waste of breath and of paper, for he had not seen Richelieu again. With regard to the two Marillacs, he had seemingly obeyed his mother. Michel, as minister, was summoned to follow His Majesty to Versailles, and a courier rode off post-haste for Italy, carrying dispatches which appointed Louis to the chief command of the army. This was St. Martin's Day, Monday, November 11th, the Journée des Dupes. News of the Cardinal's fall spread swiftly through Paris. The Parisians did not love him. His good work in improving the city, carrying on the additions to the Louvre, building a new bridge, rebuilding the Sorbonne at his own cost, were counterbalanced by acts of tyranny. Citizens had been more or less forced to sell their houses, vegetable gardens had been seized, a part of the old wall of Charles V had been destroyed, all to make room for the Palais Cardinal. On that Monday morning all Paris, high and low, courtiers and canaille, ran in crowds to the Luxembourg to congratulate the Queen Mother on her victory. In and around the palace the crush of the dupes was so great that there was no room to move. Marie, the centre of it, saw herself once more a ruler in France, her son submissive, her faithful friends rewarded, her enemy ruined and exiled. Some wise man advised her to make assurance sure by following the King to Versailles. She laughed the counsellor away. Why hide in the woods when there was so much to be done in the city? Ambassadors sending couriers half over Europe, joyful meetings with Queen Anne, with Monsieur, audiences of great lords and ladies, one by one, all the happy, noisy, popular confusion of a sudden return to power. Close by, at the Petit Luxembourg, Richelieu had his moment of despair. To fall from so great a height meant death, at least to all his ambitions, perhaps literally, for his enemies, so many and so strong, would hardly be satisfied with exile, and he knew the nature of the King. Held by his own strong influence, all was well, but Louis was too nervous to endure such scenes as those of the last few days, if by any possible sacrifice he could end them. Richelieu might be the victim of the King's hatred of worry as much as of the Queen Mother's hatred of himself. Several far-seeing men had the courage to separate themselves from the crowd pressing to the Greater Luxembourg. One of these was the Cardinal de la Valette, the ugly, generous, soldierly second son of the Duc d'Epernon; another, the Marquis de Châteauneuf, a distinguished counsellor of state, afterwards ruined by his passion for Madame de Chevreuse; another, that worthy man, the Marquis de Rambouillet, whose wife had for some years reigned over half society from her hotel near the Louvre. These good friends, with a few others, would not allow Richelieu to despair. Though his papers were packed and his coach was ordered for the journey to Pontoise, they entreated him not to go. Cardinal de la Valette reminded him of the old proverb, "Qui quitte la partie la perd," and gave the advice, to wiser ears than the Queen's, that he should follow his royal master to Versailles on the pretext of bidding him farewell. In the midst of their discussion some one arrived from Versailles with a verbal message from Saint-Simon advising the same course. This strong and direct encouragement had a marvellous effect on Richelieu's depressed spirits. Transported with joy, he kissed the messenger on both cheeks. No time was lost, we may believe. The Cardinal's coach rumbled out of Paris, but his horses' heads were turned to the southwest, not to the north. In a long private interview with the King he regained all he had seemed to lose, and took a final and solid hold on power. The courtiers, being admitted, heard from the King's own lips that he ordered the Cardinal to remain with him, serving him well as before, that he would find means to appease his mother and to gain her consent to what he did, while removing from her those persons who gave her pernicious counsel. The Cardinal was treated in a princely manner and lodged in the chateau, a special mark of favour in days when Versailles was only a small country house in the midst of immense forests. From his lodging the next day he wrote several letters. One was to the King, expressing his extreme satisfaction and extraordinary gratitude, assuring him that never was servant so devoted to his master's glory, declaring to His Majesty que je suis la plus fidèle créature, le plus passionné sujet, et le plus zélé serviteur que jamais roi et maître ait eu au monde. Je vivrai et finirai en cet état, comme étant 100 fois plus à votre Majesté qu'à moi-même. He also wrote to his sister, the Marquise de Brezé, and to his uncle, Amador de la Porte, knowing that common report often represents things as other than they are. He first tells the news of his disgrace with the Queen Mother, who finds his own services, those of his niece de Combalet and of his cousin La Meilleraye, no longer agreeable to her. But he begs his sister and his uncle not to be amazed or afflicted by this misfortune, since it arose from no fault, and also because he has the consolation of the King's presence and favour. To the old commander, irritable and garrulous, he adds a word of discreet counsel. As I am not capable of any other desire than to live and die the Queen's servant, I pray you always to speak conformably to this. I warn you, knowing your freedom of speech, and that you might be carried away by the affection you bear me. It would not be reasonable that all my obligations to so good a princess should be forgotten because personally I now disgust her." He could afford to appear magnanimous. Even as he wrote, the news was flying to Paris not only of his triumph, but of the utter discomfiture of the Queen mother's party and the ruin of her friends. Michel de Marillac, the Chancellor, had been arrested and deprived of the seals which were given to the Marquis de Chateauneuf. The courier who conveyed the news of his high appointment to the Marechal de Marillac was followed at once by another bearing the King's command that the Marechal de Schomberg should arrest him. On the very evening of Saint Martin's Day, well named Day of Dupes, Richelieu's swift vengeance was already overtaking his enemies, and a few hours later Marie de Medicis was alone in her deserted Luxembourg. Courtiers and canaille were rushing to meet the King's coach as he drove into Paris with Cardinal de Richelieu at his portière. End of section 17. Section 18 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 7. 1631 to 1632. A few months were enough to rid Cardinal de Richelieu of his most active enemies. One after another, in the first half of the year 1631, they disappeared from the scene by exile or imprisonment, in some cases ending in death. After the crushing disappointment of the Day of Dupes, Marie de Medicis submitted to a kind of reconciliation with her former creature, who had so convincingly proved his strength. Gaston d'Orléans, too, led by his favourites Monsieur de Puylaurens and Président Le Coigneux, whom Richelieu thought it worth while to bribe heavily, visited the Cardinal and promised him his friendship. But it was not to be expected that either mother or son should be in earnest. Gaston hardly needed the discontent of his favourites, eager for places and honours which the Cardinal was not in a hurry to give, to throw him once more into violent opposition. On January 30th, attended by a dozen gentlemen, the young prince appeared at the Petit Luxembourg. He told the Cardinal that he had come to retract the promise of friendship which he had given him a few days before. On the contrary, to declare his resentment that a man of his sort should so far have forgotten himself as to set the royal family in a blaze. That, owing his whole fortune and elevation to the Queen, his benefactress, instead of proving his gratitude as a good man and a faithful servant would have done, he had become her chief persecutor, by his artifices continually blackening her in the eyes of the King, and that, as to himself, he had treated him not only without respect, but with insolence, and that he would have reproved him sooner had he not been restrained by his quality as a priest, but that this would not save him in the future from the quite extraordinary treatment deserved by the gravity of his offences against personages of such dignity. This discourse, continues the chronicler, was made with so much heat and such threatening gestures of hands and eyes that the Cardinal made no answer, not knowing whether it was all in earnest or only meant to frighten him. The moment was alarming enough, for Monsieur's people, so fierce were their looks, seemed to be waiting their moment to fall upon their prey. The prince went down to his coach in a terrible humour, swearing and threatening all the way, while the Cardinal attended him bareheaded and prudently silent. It was not till the blustering company had driven off that he regained his usual composure. None the less, we are assured he was extremely glad to see the King, who came dashing à toute bride to the door as his champion and protector not many minutes later. Monsieur left Paris immediately for Orleans, where he swaggered for some weeks and tried to arouse a civil war by posing as a friend to the populace and a resister of taxation. Since he refused to submit to his brother and to return to court, Richelieu was prepared to bring him to his senses by armed force. But he preferred self-banishment. In the middle of March he rode across country to Besançon and then took refuge with the Duke of Lorraine. He was followed into exile by a number of persons of quality, notably his half-brother, Comte de Moray, the Duc d'Elbeuf, brother-in-law of the Duc de Vendôme, the Duc de Bellegarde, governor of Burgundy, and Monsieur and Madame de Fargis, in disgrace at court because of their intimate friendship with the brothers Marillac. Each day of that winter and spring brought fresh and painful experience to Marie de Medicis. She saw herself checked in every direction by an enemy who worked with extraordinary prudence, keeping all the outward forms of due respect, while he lured her gradually to ruin. No doubt her presence in Paris, her atmosphere of plot and intrigue, were dangerous to him, if not to the state. The question was how to remove her from the centre of things without a public scandal. In February the court went to Compiègne for hunting and to spend the carnival. As Richelieu had foreseen, the Queen Mother was not deterred by the incommodity of the season from following the King. She would not repeat her mistake of Saint Martin's Day. At Compiègne the King made a last unsuccessful attempt to soften her heart towards the Cardinal. As she firmly refused to listen to any arguments, it was decided that she must be separated from a court in which her presence was a centre for the factious and the ill-intentioned. The Château of Compiègne was roused early on the morning of February 23rd. The King had announced that he would go hunting at dawn, and in fact he and the Cardinal, with a large attendance, rode out of the gates before either of the queens was awake. Instead of turning into the dim glades of the forest, the royal party rode hard for Paris. Père Souffrant, the Maréchal d'Estrées, formerly known as Marquis de Coënord, and a Secretary of State, Monsieur de la Ville-aux-Clercs, were left behind with the King's apologies and farewells to his mother, whom he never saw again. They were also entrusted with a letter begging Her Majesty to retire to Moulins, where she might live in all honour and liberty as governor of the Bourbonnais, it being understood that in her present mind she was no longer welcome at court. This very unpleasant news was broken to Marie before she left her bed, not by the appointed messengers, but by Queen Anne, her daughter-in-law, who paid her a hurried visit before following the King, and parted from her with embraces and tears. Both, says Madame de Motteville, were deeply moved at finding themselves the victims of the Cardinal de Richelieu, their common enemy. It was the last time they saw each other. As to Moulins, Marie would have none of it. She could not openly refuse to obey the King, but her excuses dragged on from day to day: bad roads and wintry weather, an epidemic in the Bourbonnais, the ruinous state of the Château de Moulins, a severe cold which kept her in her room. All the spring royal messengers were galloping between Compiègne and Paris. Sometimes they carried persuasion, sometimes threats. If the Queen Mother disliked the Bourbonnais, would she accept her old abode of Angers, with the government of Anjou? Let her remember that no law in Holy Scripture obliged a son to live always with his mother, one of age to govern himself, whereas we are enjoined in divers places to obey the King, as God's lieutenant on earth, and many more arguments. But in short, her disobedience was insupportable, and would in the end force the King to treat her more rigorously. It appeared that of her own free will she would never leave Compiègne. In spite of the great courtesy shown her by Monsieur d'Estrées, in command of the guard, every morning he came to her for the password, and every night offered her the keys of the town, she treated herself as a prisoner. As the seasons advanced, though free of all the country round, never went beyond the castle walls, hoping thus, says Aubery, to excite general hatred against the cardinal. In the meanwhile, her friends disappeared one by one. Her physician, Vautier, was flung into the Bastille. The same fate befell the unlucky Bassompierre. The Duc de Guise, intriguing for Monsieur, his stepson-in-law, in his government of Provence, was forced to fly to Italy, a lifelong exile as it proved. The Princesse de Conti, the Princesse d'Elbeuf, that's Henriette de Vendôme, the Duchesse de Rouennais, the Maréchal d'Ornano, and other great ladies were ordered to retire to their country houses, and the brilliant Princesse de Conti, sister of Guise, the Queen Mother's constant friend, adored by Bassompierre, to whom they say she was secretly married, died at Eu of a broken heart on the last day of April. In June, a report reached the Queen Mother at Compiègne that a royal army was to be sent to remove her by force. If this story was invented with the object of driving her out of the kingdom, it served its end. On July 18th, at 10 o'clock at night, she left Compiègne on foot and almost alone, an easier escape than that from the Chateau de Blois. A coach and six with outriders was waiting in the shadow of the forest. The Queen intended to stop at La Capelle, a small, strong place in Picardy, close to the frontier of the Low Countries. The governor, M. de Vardes, had promised to receive her. But this coming to Richelieu's ears, the father of M. de Vardes, who had formerly commanded at La Capelle, was sent post-haste from Paris to supersede his son, and the gates were shut against the fugitive queen. She was thus obliged to cross the frontier, which she did, never to return, and was received with great honour at Avesnes in Artois by the officers of the Archduchess Isabel. So the great Henry's Florentine widow removed herself from the path of Cardinal de Richelieu to his advantage and her own loss and ruin. This political triumph was followed by new honours and personal dignities. For a year past he had borne with other cardinals the new titles of Eminentissime and Eminence decreed by Pope Urban VIII, and shared only by the ecclesiastical electors of the Empire and the Grand Master of Malta. He had added to his worldly goods and to his spiritual power by becoming coadjutor of the Abbot of Cluny, and the strength of his resolute will for reform was felt by the great religious orders as well as by the secular clergy. In September 1631, letters patent from the king created him Duc de Richelieu and a peer of France, and he took his seat in Parliament with great state, escorted by the Prince de Condé, the Duc de Montmorency, and a crowd of the first men in France. From that time he bore the singular title of Cardinal Duke. He also became governor of Brittany, and one fortified town after another throughout the north of France fell into his hands and were garrisoned by friends of his own. He rewarded the Prince de Condé and the Cardinal de la Valette with the governments of Burgundy and Anjou. One foreign power at least was not behindhand in paying homage to the man whom the King of France delighted to honour. The Republic of Venice sent him letters of Venetian nobility to descend to any one of his relations he might choose, and she sent them with ceremony by an express gentleman to whom His Eminence did not forget to present a very fine chain of gold. It seemed that Richelieu had little now to fear from open enemies at home, though the secret dread of assassination clung about him with reason to his life's end. He had already shown a certain sense of security by acts of indulgence or of conciliation. The Duc de Vendôme had been set at liberty, and the Duchesse de Chevreuse had been allowed to return to the court, while her husband was made governor of Picardy. Champagne, the important frontier province, was given as a mark of royal confidence to the Comte de Soissons. But there were those, not more guilty but more dangerous, from their very wealth and mental distinction, who felt the weight of Richelieu's vengeance. Michel de Marillac, counted in his own time among the martyrs of the state, after languishing for many months in his prison at Châteaudun, died of grief at the tragic death of his soldier brother. The trial and death of Marillac, l'Épée, are generally allowed to be dark stains on the Cardinal's career. Politically, there was no case against him, and the Parliament, when first approached by Richelieu's tool, the notorious La Femat, refused to commit him for trial. Richelieu then appointed a royal commission, which sat at Verdun, the charge against the Marshal being one of peculation and oppression when governor there. Even now the Cardinal failed to secure a condemnation. The commissioners shrank from enforcing the extreme of the law against a distinguished soldier whose sins were common to his time and his trade, and the trial dragged on very slowly, till Richelieu brought matters to a point by summoning the commission, strengthened by members of his own choosing, and presided over by the new chancellor, M. de Châteauneuf, to meet at his country house of Rueil. Louis de Marillac was brought from the fortress of Saint-Ménehould, where he had been imprisoned since his sudden arrest some 15 months before. He was condemned to death, but only by a small majority of his judges. Threatening letters from the Queen Mother and Monsieur did him no good. But yet the Cardinal, in his own house and with a packed jury, could not secure unanimity. All France agreed with the prisoner's own cry: condemned to die for hay and straw, not reason enough to whip a lackey. He was beheaded in the Place de Grève on May 2nd, 1632, and buried in the church of the Feuillants, long since swept away to make room for the Rue Castiglione. There might be read, for less than 200 years, the simple and dignified epitaph in which his heirs handed down to posterity the high virtues of this illustrious victim of a powerful and vindictive minister. Madame de Marillac, who bore the familiar name of Catherine de Médicis, died of grief within a few months of her husband. A dozen years later, when Cardinal de Richelieu was dead, the Parliament of Paris registered a decree acquitting Louis de Marillac of the crimes for which he ostensibly suffered. In that same year, 1632, a still nobler head was to fall. The story of Henri de Montmorency's ruin tangles itself with the treasonable adventures of Gaston d'Orléans. Duke Charles of Lorraine, nominally a vassal of the Empire, had reasons of his own for giving trouble to France. For nearly a century she had held part of the old province of Lorraine, including the 3 bishoprics, Metz, Toul and Verdun. In giving armed support to the exiled French prince, Charles IV had the Empire at his back, and a successful invasion of France, with the consequent fall of Cardinal de Richelieu, was likely not only to restore his territory, but to be a decisive incident in the 30 Years' War. At this moment of happy expectation, Monsieur fell in love with the young Princess Marguerite of Lorraine, the Duke's sister. A year or two before, he had been desperately in love with Princess Maria de Gonzague, daughter of the Duke of Mantua, and the Queen Mother had imprisoned her at Vincennes to be out of his way. This was a more serious affair. A secret, hurried marriage at Nancy united Gaston to the one woman who kept her hold on him through the rest of his frivolous life. But even before the marriage, the Duke of Lorraine's plans of conquest had fallen through. French armies had crossed his frontier, driving before them the small force which the Emperor had sent to his aid. From the stronghold of Metz, Louis XIII. And Cardinal de Richelieu were able to dictate their own terms. The Duke of Lorraine was to become a faithful ally of France, and all her enemies were to be expelled from his territory. In consequence of this treaty, Monsieur joined his mother at Brussels. Left to himself, he might have been reconciled with the king, and Richelieu did his best to that end, but his own friends and favourites found it in their interest to keep him in rebellion. It was not till after the signature of the treaty that Louis XIII. Was made aware of his brother's marriage, to which he had definitely refused his consent. In this and other ways the Duke of Lorraine had played Richelieu false. The consequence was that a French army once more swept over the province, seizing towns and fortresses, and bringing Richelieu's favourite dream, that of extending the French frontier to the Rhine, perceptibly nearer. At this moment, having taught the Duke a second severe lesson, Richelieu held his hand. The victories of Gustavus Adolphus in Germany were an effectual check on the House of Hapsburg, and hindered the advance of the Spanish and imperial troops on the Rhine. A French army was needed at home. Monsieur had left Brussels with a small army of German, Walloon, and Spanish mercenaries, and had made a dash through Lorraine, Burgundy, and Auvergne on his way to Languedoc, with the encouragement of the Duc de Montmorency. Leaving Marechal d'Effiat in command on the German frontier, Richelieu dispatched Schomberg and La Force by different routes to the south. Henri de Montmorency, by every title the flower of the French nobility, was now 37 years old. He was descended in the direct line through 19 generations from an ancestor who was baptized with Clovis. Ever since then, the heads of the family had borne the proud legend of premier chrétien que roi en France, premier seigneur de Montmorency que roi en France, premier baron de France. Their war cry, Dieu aide au premier chrétien. Their motto, sans tache. Montmorency's father, his grandfather, and several of his ancestors had borne the title of Constable of France, and he was himself High Admiral till Richelieu purchased the charge and assumed the duties under another name. He had succeeded to the government of Languedoc at his father's death in 1614, before he was 20. A popular governor of a very difficult province, constantly torn by civil war, he spent the greater part of his time in the south. When not engaged in keeping down his turbulent Protestants, or in managing his provincial estates, always discontented, he was to be found in the front rank of Louis XIII's campaigns. He did not care greatly for life at court, though as a boy he had been a special favourite of Henry IV, who gave him his name, and though by the marriages of his half-sister and sister, one with the Duc d'Angoulême, the other with the Prince de Condé, he was nearly connected with the royal family. But he lived magnificently when in Paris at the Hôtel de Montmorency, and in the country at his Château of Écouen or Chantilly. He was the admiration of society, handsome, a bold rider, a fine dancer, and a very great flirt, in spite of the constant love between him and his young Roman wife, the best and most devoted of women, Maria Felice Orsini. Their story is among the most touching romances of the century. In many ways the Duc de Montmorency stood above the ordinary ranks of the noblesse, and a little apart from them. As proud and sensitive as any, a certain high touch of generous chivalry kept him free of their vindictive prejudices. As Cardinal de Richelieu had proved in the day when Louis XIII lay ill at Lyons, his loyalty to the king had always been unimpeachable. But as early as 1629, The storm which was to sweep Montmorency into rebellion and ruin had begun to growl in the south. The governor of Languedoc felt a dangerous sympathy with his province, one of the old independent pays d'etat, which saw itself deprived of power and autonomy in the matter of taxation by a centralising edict. In the view of the provincial estates, their most sacred rights were thus invaded and torn away, and there were not wanting enemies of Richelieu to fan the flame. At first it seemed as if the cardinal would yield to the remonstrances of Languedoc. During the winter of 1631-32, Montmorency was able to announce to his estates that the hated edict would be withdrawn. However, months dragged on in useless argument with the cardinal's commissioners, who in Montmorency's own view were merely amusing the estates while they led them on to a deeper ruin. While his friends whispered that he himself, as well as his province, were on the brink of destruction. Some slight coldness at court, consequent on a quarrel of his with the Duc de Chevreuse, was made to signify that his political opposition to Richelieu, frank and reasonable as it might be, would bring about sharp and terrible reprisals. In this temper, the proudest noble and most chivalrous man in France read a manifesto published by Gaston d'Orléans in June of 1632, in which he summoned the French to rise on behalf of himself and the exiled Queen Mother, not against the king, but against the tyrant who had usurped his authority, while at the same time it was proposed to make Languedoc, already known to be disaffected, the scene of the new civil war. There were circumstances which attached Montmorency to the Queen Mother's cause. His wife was related to her, and had always been treated by her with the utmost kindness. If he had shown a friendliness to Richelieu which may have justified the cardinal in being amazed at the present turn of events, it was yet most natural that he should feel resentment at the queen's forced exile. Richelieu, and many historians following him, have thrown the whole blame of the Duke's rising on Madame de Montmorency and her affection for the queen. Recent researches have shown this view to be most unfair. Through the spring and early summer of 1632, the Duchess was lying ill of fever and knew little of public events. It was not till the latest moment, too late for any drawing back, that she heard from her husband of Monsieur's advance, with his consent, to Languedoc. With useless tears she learned that he, who had fought so loyally for the king, was now arming against him. When the prince himself visited her on his arrival, she said to him, "Sir, if Monsieur de Montmorency could have deferred to the counsel of a woman, he would never have given you entrance into his government." The fatal step was taken with the full concurrence of the estates of Languedoc in session at Pézenas. D'Elbène, Bishop of Albi, who has been described as Montmorency's evil genius, induced them formally to disregard the royal edict and to sign a solemn declaration in which they called on the Duke to make their interests his, as they would make his theirs, that all might act together for His Majesty's service and the good of their country. Thus the estates signed their final abdication, and the Duke his death warrant. Monsieur's ride through France with a group of wild companions at the head of 2,000 undisciplined horse was not likely to do his cause good in the country. Clamouring constantly for pay and receiving nothing but fair words and promises, it was to be expected that the soldiers should provide for themselves. All along Monsieur's route, his biographer tells us, at the earliest news of his approach, people fled from the villages and open country into the towns, which one and all shut their gates. But it was the season of fruit and crops, so that the army had not much to suffer. Nous entrâmes dans la Limagne, qu'il fait soit beau voir en cette saison des fruits. Si la licence des gens de guerre ne lui un moment fait changer de face. And the fate of the Limagne, the most fertile district of Auvergne, was a sample of the rest. Monsieur and his precious army entered Languedoc in the first week of August, 2 months before the Due de Montmorency was ready for him. The cession of the estates was only just over. There had been no time to raise money to collect troops, or to make sure of several strong places whose loyalty to the governor was doubtful. The king had still a powerful party in Languedoc, and the people generally, with a bitter experience, dreaded civil war. Meanwhile, with swift decision, directed from Paris by Richelieu, Marshals de Schomberg and de la Force were advancing from the east and the west, hemming in Languedoc and its unlucky governor. The armies met at Castelnaudary, spelt by Aubery Castelnau Dary, and the result of the fight was never doubtful. Though Monsieur had had some small successes since entering Languedoc, his friends and officers spoiled all by quarrels among themselves. Puylaurens, the Duc d'Elbeuf, and the Comte de Moret each claimed the leadership under him, and all refused to give precedence to the Due de Montmorency. He was bitterly reproached for the unreadiness, which was no fault of his. He, at least, dashed forward in a spirit of reckless despair to the encounter with the Marechal de Schomberg and the Marquis de Brezé, whose army, though small, was perfectly disciplined, while that of Monsieur fell almost at once into panic and confusion. Castelnaudary was rather a rout than a battle. Many of the mercenaries fled without striking a blow, and those who died fighting were mostly among the unfortunate gens de qualité who had thrown in their lot with Monsieur. Among these victims the most distinguished was young Antoine de Bourbon, Comte de Moret, son of Henry IV by Jacqueline de Bouille. She long survived as Comtesse de Vardes, a devout and eccentric lady. Many persons believed that her son, who had taken orders and held, with other rich preferments, the abbey of Saint-Étienne at Caen, was carried off alive into Italy after Castelnaudary, and ended his days 60 years later as a pious hermit in Anjou. The tradition is not without probability. No such uncertainty hangs round the fate of Henri de Montmorency. He fell wounded in a desperate charge along a hollow lane, made in support of the Comte de Moret, whose men were in full flight before the enemy. The lane was commanded by royal musketeers, who shot down all the Duke's followers, except a few who dashed forward with him into the ranks of the Cardinalistes. "I have sacrificed myself for cowards," Henri cried to the officer who took him prisoner. The Comte de Saint-Preuil himself one day to be condemned by Richelieu. The king and the cardinal were on their way to Languedoc when the short campaign thus suddenly ended. To make peace with Monsieur was their first care, and this was easily brought about. At first his demands were haughty and considerable, including a large sum of money, the return of the Queen Mother, a fortress or two, and a free pardon for the Due de Montmorency. All these conditions were bluntly rejected. Richelieu was not impressed by the prince's solemn promise to love and esteem him in future. Gaston's first thought was to escape to Spain, but the way was blocked by the royal troops, and a very few days saw him in abject submission to the king. He even promised, surely an unnecessary baseness, to take no further interest in certain persons who had been united with him, and to make no complaint should the king punish them as they deserved. Having thus delivered up Montmorency and all those who had fought in his cause, and the Queen Mother's, Gaston rode off for Touraine with the Duc d'Elbeuf and a few others whom the king pardoned, while the remnant of his army straggled across the mountains into Spain. Then the king and the cardinal, from their headquarters at Béziers, set about arranging the affairs of Languedoc, and seldom in his political career did Richelieu show a greater wisdom. While tremendous severity was shown to bishops, barons, all the feudal magnates who had encouraged or joined in the rebellion, death, confiscation, tearing down of castles and fortresses, the provincial estates were very differently treated. They were convoked at Béziers, and most of their just demands were granted by the king. On payment of a heavy fine, they kept to some extent their ancient liberties. But a terrible example was made. After Castelnaudary, the wounded governor had been taken to the castle of Lectoure, and at the end of April, nearly 2 months later, he was brought to Toulouse to be tried for his life. The king and the cardinal were already there, and all the prayers of province and kingdom, of high and low, had for 6 weeks been prayed in vain. The fact that M. de Montmorency was one of the very greatest men in France, that his pardon was humbly begged for, not only by his miserable wife, but by the Princesse de Condé, the Duc d'Epernon and his sons, the Dukes d'Angoulême, de Châtillon, de Chevreuse, and many others, only made his condemnation more sure. Richelieu was bent on teaching France once for all the lesson she had been slow in learning, that no head was high enough to escape the vengeance of the king. He listened, not untouched, certainly not unmoved, even to the crying in the streets, "Grâce, grâce, miséricorde," with which night and day the people of Toulouse tried to soften the hearts of king and minister. And if we are to believe the biographer of Père Joseph, any leanings toward mercy in either were checked by the fiery zeal of the eminence grise, who pressed upon them both in secret council of 3 that to pardon this criminal would encourage all the rebels in the kingdom, who would not fail to invite Monsieur to place himself once more at their head, since they would be sure of impunity, whereas a chief of this rank and quality being put to death, no one would henceforth dare to declare himself for the king's brother. The trial, presided over by Richelieu's chancellor, Châteauneuf, was short and decisive. There was no doubt of the result, but we are told that the judges wept when they pronounced the sentence, and the courtiers wept when they heard it. Henri de Montmorency died that same day, October 30th, 1632, on the scaffold at Toulouse, patiently and bravely, as became the premier chrétien. In his will, made the day before, he left a valuable picture, a Saint Sebastian, to Cardinal de Richelieu. The mourning throughout France was such as had not been seen since the death of King Henry IV. Terrified by so sharp an object lesson, Gaston d'Orléans made one more dash across France and again took refuge at Brussels. This was a consequence not at all intended by Cardinal de Richelieu. Worry and strain, political anxieties constantly fresh, the knowledge that he was furiously hated by society, that dozens of desperate men had vowed to kill him and were watching for their opportunity. A strong man would have felt the burden, and Richelieu, whatever the power of his spirit, was always delicate and frail of body. One of the worst illnesses of his life came upon him immediately after the death of the Duc de Montmorency. The king hurried back to his hunting near Paris, and it had been arranged that the cardinal should escort Queen Anne from Toulouse to Bordeaux and then to La Rochelle, after which she was to honour him with a visit at his hardly finished, magnificent chateau and new town of Richelieu. It was a bad time of year for travelling, and the queen and her ladies, one may believe, thought the whole thing a bore. But the Eminentissime had his reasons for insisting, and could not be refused. He was ill when they left Toulouse. At Bordeaux he became worse, and was forced to take to his bed. A few days more saw him in apparent extremity. A weight of bad news fell upon him. The loyal Maréchal de Schomberg died in Languedoc, where he had succeeded Montmorency as governor. The death of Gustavus Adolphus seemed at first a mortal blow to the Protestant cause and the allies of France in Germany. The queen and her court did not remain at Bordeaux throughout the cardinal's illness, but passed on to make their tour of the western provinces, his place as their entertainer being taken by the Commander de la Porte and the Marquis de la Meilleraye. The position was curious enough. At any moment news of the cardinal's death might have overtaken them. All France believed that he was dying. Rumours flew through the provinces that he was already dead. People held their breath an instant, then forgot prudence and rejoiced. 10 years too soon, as though the report must be true. Monsieur de Chateauneuf and Madame de Chevreuse behaved with a rashness that seems amazing, whatever his passion for her and whatever her hatred of Richelieu. Even before the Queen left Bordeaux, while the Cardinal's few devoted friends were watching by his sick bed, they, with the rest of the lively court party, were dancing in public and private without even any outward show of anxiety, and it was they, in wild spirits, who made the dark and wintry journey to La Rochelle a voyage de plaisir. Monsieur de Chateauneuf already imagined himself First Minister, and Madame de Chevreuse, ruling the Queen and him, saw France at her feet. And then the Cardinal recovered. From the gates of the tomb, says M. Martin, he rose terrible and struck down those imprudent persons who had dared to reach out with a too hasty hand towards his spoils. The King travelled many leagues from Paris to meet him, and received him in his arms. The courtiers crowded to congratulate him, weeping for joy. A few weeks later, the one disgraced and in prison, the other in exile from court, Monsieur de Chateauneuf and Madame de Chevreuse had time to reflect on their own foolishness and the amazing fortunes of Cardinal de Richelieu. End of section 18. Section 19 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 8. The restless, ambitious energy and the passion for detail which made Cardinal de Richelieu the hardest worker of his time in politics were thrown equally into his characteristic amusements. His love of building and furnishing splendidly carried him far beyond such pleasant country houses as Rueil, Limours, or Bois-le-Vicomte, luxurious as they were. The Palais Cardinal itself, in the heart of Paris, and almost royal, had certain limitations, the architect being blamed for a lack of height and dignity. Le Mercier excused himself, we are told, by the Cardinal's own orders. He desired to give no cause for jealousy to the great ones of the kingdom who did not love him, because of the extreme hauteur with which he treated them, and to show moderation even in the disposing of his palace, in the sight of those powerful persons who were envious of such prodigious credit and grandeur. No scruples interfered in the lonely valley of the Mable, where for miles around the name of Richelieu now had no rival. Even Champigny, the once dreaded house of the Montpensier, had come into the Cardinal's possession by a more or less forced exchange with Gaston d'Orléans, his little daughter's untrustworthy guardian. The fine old chateau was pulled down, its former outbuildings make the chateau of today, and the chapel, with its precious windows, its tombs and picturesque cloister, was only saved by the Pope's refusal to consent to its destruction. The Cardinal Duke, though First Minister of France and head of her army and navy, could not flatly disobey the Church in a private matter. There is more actually left of the old Montpensier buildings than of the magnificent palace, foreshadowing the splendour of Versailles, into which Cardinal de Richelieu transformed the river fortress of his ancestors. Wide lawns, stiff alleys and avenues, still moats with water lilies, one small pavilion looking sadly over the trees toward a high gateway where no one seems to enter. This is all that remains of the far-famed Château de Richelieu. It was in the year 1625, soon after he came to power, that the Cardinal visited Richelieu with Madame de Cambellet and resolved on the transformation. After this the work went on for years, and was hardly finished when he died, though long before that the palace was the admiration of Europe, only surpassed in France by Fontainebleau. It was approached by an avenue 1.25 miles long, ending in an immense demi-lune, on which the first court opened by a stately gateway with flanking pavilions. This court led to a second, a bridge over the moat, which, as in old days surrounded the actual chateau, gave admittance to another gateway under a dome, guarded by a figure of renown and other mythological statues. Within this was the Cour d'Honneur, a square of great buildings, with high pavilions at the four corners, and in the centre, opposite the gateway. Here was the grand staircase of variegated marble, and here, after the ruin of the house of Montmorency, stood the famous slaves of Michael Angelo, brought from the Duke's chateau of Ecouen. Statues and busts were everywhere. The further front, beyond another bridge, looked upon square gardens, embroidered with flowers, where peacocks strutted, and through which flowed the imprisoned Mable in a broad canal full of fish. Beyond this again was another vast half-moon space of garden and parterre, with statues, fountains, grottos, an orangerie, and a chapel, and all were surrounded by the great deer park and the woods in ordered beauty, long alleys striking into them, lost in the shade. The decoration in and out of this wonderful place shared the Cardinal's thoughts with the keenest interests of his political life, and the collection of works of art for Richelieu and the Palais Cardinal meant in itself a large correspondence. Besides all this, he had undertaken to create a town outside the gates of his new palace, its main street to be of hôtels on one dignified plan, after the model of the Place Royale, built for themselves by his chief officers and nobles, whom he meant to attend his court at Richelieu. That court was never held, but the town rose out of the earth as if by enchantment, with all kinds of privileges and immunities granted by the king, and its symmetrical buildings have long survived their raison d'être, the chateau. There is indeed more life now in that 17th century street than when La Fontaine wrote of its admired but monotonous rows of houses. La plupart sont inhabités. Je ne vis personne en la rue. Il m'en déplaît. J'aime aux cités un peu de bruit et de cohue. The Cardinal's devoted friend, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, acted as surveyor of the works at Richelieu, and in a letter to him in June 1632, between the execution of Marillac and Monsieur's invasion of Languedoc, we have evidence of the way in which every exterior and interior detail was thought out by an unresting brain. The painting of the rooms was now in full swing, being mostly designed by Simon Vouet, the king's favourite painter, and carried out by him and other artists. After giving orders as to the decoration of a large room above the entrance, the Cardinal proceeds. The vaulted cabinet at the side should be painted in grisaille on the stone vaulting, partly by the painter from Lyons and partly by other painters, who will enrich the grisaille with gold. Monsieur de Bordeaux, being on the spot, will make them agree together as to what each shall do. In this cabinet there must be a wainscot 6 feet high, with a recess to hold rarities, and the said wainscot shall be painted in grisaille of one tint, and gilded to match the vaulting. Monsieur Vouet can very well design the paintings. Architectural details regarding the level of different rooms, their respective heights, their flat or vaulted ceilings, fill a good part of the letter. Everywhere there are 6-foot wainscotings with shelves or recesses for rarities, for His Eminence's collection of objets d'art was already famous in Europe. Then he goes on to the gardens. My uncle tells me that the canal at Richelieu is full of weeds. At the end of the summer, when the lawns are levelled and the masons are no longer working on the banks of the said canal, it must be entirely drained, and all the weeds must be rooted up and burnt in its bed. And when it is clean and dry, let it be filled again, and put a boat on it, and make a bargain with a strong and vigorous man who has nothing else to do, that he will not suffer a weed in it, but will tear them up as they grow. which may be done with tools of iron made for the purpose. In that country it suffices a man if he have enough to live on, so that I think 100 francs or 40 crowns will acquit me. With quite as eager an interest, both now and again later, even when Monsieur is drawing towards Languedoc, and political storms are darkening all the horizon, he writes of pictures from Mantua that he is sending to Richelieu, of the preservation, with new floors and beams, of his father's old rooms, a fancy which, in Mademoiselle de Montpensier's opinion, spoiled the grandeur of the house, of building a park wall, and last not least, of the new town and the houses that his friends were building there. A little hurry, he thinks, would not be out of place, for he is bent on making Richelieu, his own town, a centre of trade, of justice, of enlightenment to all the western country. Though almost incredible, it appears to be a fact that the Cardinal died in 1642 without ever having visited his new palace and little city of Richelieu. Various royal and distinguished guests, however, were entertained there in his lifetime by his niece or other representatives. But Paris knew the Cardinal intimately well. His last 8 years of life and work were chiefly spent at the Palais Cardinal. From its completion in the winter of 1633 and 34, he lived there in almost royal splendour. Though the exterior may have suffered from jealousy in high places, the apartments were far more gorgeous, more heavily luxurious than those at Richelieu, which must have possessed from descriptions a kind of cool beauty and delicate grace suited to the tender lines and colouring of Poitou. At the Palais Cardinal the windows were glazed with large squares of crystal mounted in silver. Rooms, halls, staircases, galleries, cabinets were a blaze of colour. There were ceilings all gold, with allegorical pictures in mosaic to the Cardinal's glory. The walls were hung with pictures by the greatest artists, French and Italian. There was a gallery of famous men, some of the portraits painted by Philippe de Champagne, others by Simon Vouet. The furniture throughout was magnificent, and the art treasures of every kind represented the work of collectors all over Europe. The gardens in those early days were charming in their formal beauty. Lawns and clipped box hedges, a mosaic of flowers, long alleys of trees, and a high terrace with a famous ironwork balustrade which was destroyed in 1786 by the bad taste of the Due de Chartres, then possessor of the palace. The Cardinal's household was large and devoted to him. Whatever his character at court and abroad, at home he was neither an ogre nor a sphinx, but a hard-working, autocratic, fiery, not ungenerous gentleman. His chaplains and almoners could bear witness to his widespread charity, ranging from the sick and poor in the streets of Paris to peasants ruined by war, and from colleges and hospitals to small forgotten convents, which found themselves supplied by his orders with bread and meat they had no money to buy. The Cardinal's household included at least 25 pages of noble birth, who received the same training in arms, horsemanship, mathematics, and dancing as if they had belonged to royalty. A number of gentlemen of condition waited on him constantly and dined at his second table. The first was reserved for himself, when well enough to be there, and for his intimate friends, relations, and special guests. He had 5 hard-working private secretaries, clerical and lay, the Prieur des Roches, Charpentier, Chéret, Mulot, Rosignol. His private physician, M. Citois, often served him in the same way. Among his state secretaries and special agents, who directed, as we know, an army of spies at home and abroad, Père Joseph and his Capuchin clerks held the first place. Ezechieli, as the Cardinal called him, had his offices in the palace and visited his Eminence by day and by night. The Boutilliers, father and son, with M. de Noailles, were among his most confidential counsellors and fellow workers, and in more private fashion La Femard, head of the Paris police and known as Le Bourreau du Cardinal, brought him the evil report of his enemies. In later years Mazarin became his trusted diplomatic agent and chosen successor. The Cardinal de la Valette, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, the Marquis de Brezé, the Marquis de la Meilleraye, these two being created by him marshals of France, may be described as his aides-de-camp, and beyond all these buzzed a crowd of political pamphleteers and other writers in the Cardinal's pay, conspicuous among them Renaudot, founder under him of the Gazette de France, the first approach to a modern newspaper, Corneille, the poet, and various members of the young Academy. The Cardinal was fond of music, and his band of 12 instruments attended him everywhere. But what really made his train august and majestic, says Aubery, was the strong force of guards always present for his defence. The king had added 200 musketeers and a company of gendarmes to the 100 horse originally granted him, and these troops were quartered in and around his palace, being on duty by turns as if attending on royalty. The officers of the guard were not always lucky enough to please His Eminence. This is a characteristic story. He had said one day to Saint Georges, his captain of the guard, that he wished to walk after dinner in his gallery at the Palais Cardinal, and would see no one there. Nevertheless, entering with Monsieur de Noailles, he found 2 Capuchins. After giving them a favourable audience and finishing his business with Monsieur de Noailles, he scolded his captain of the guard for disobeying his orders, and treated him to hard words, telling him plainly that he would be obeyed, and that if he ever committed such a fault again he would not come off so cheaply. The gentleman, furious at such disgrace, and believing that he could not remain in the service with honour, took leave to retire without farewell to some inn in the Rue Saint-Honoré. So that Monsieur le Cardinal, seeing him no more, asked for news of him, and learning what had happened, begged the commander de la Porte to go and find him and bring him back. But the commander failing to do so, His Eminence charged Monsieur de la Meilleraye to go in his place and bring him back by any means in his power, which at last he did, after trouble enough in persuading him, so that His Eminence, seeing him enter the room, went 5 or 6 steps to meet him, and embracing him with much kindness, said, "Saint Georges, we were both very hasty, but if you are like me, you will never think of it again. God forbid that my hastiness should ruin the fortunes of a gentleman such as you. On the contrary, I will do all the good I can." After which one does not wonder that the Cardinal's own people liked him. His constant ill health, with the weight of state affairs, made a regular life necessary to him. He went to bed at 11, but after 3 or 4 hours of restless sleep he was generally to be found sitting up in his room, his worn face bent over portfolio or writing table, his thin hand and active brain guiding the politics of Europe. Thus he would work from candlelight to dawn, writing and dictating, till fatigue obliged him to lie down and sleep again. But he was up before 8, and working with his secretaries. Then, when dressed, he received the king's other ministers, then heard mass, which he celebrated himself on great festivals, and then, before the midday dinner, gave audience in the garden to anyone who wished to see him. After dinner he talked with his friends and guests till it was necessary to visit the king, to receive ambassadors and great men, to attend in public to important affairs of state. It was not till evening that he allowed himself any real quiet and recreation. Then we may see him strolling again in the garden, playing with his favourite cats, listening to music, laughing with the few familiars, such as the lively Abbé de Bois-Robert, whose privilege it was to amuse him, and so, with private prayers that lasted half an hour, ended his days at the Palais Cardinal. He was always, of course, unpopular at court and in society, not only because he was feared and mistrusted, but owing to an air of pedantry and affectation which was unpleasing to everybody, and especially so to women. Yet he particularly liked to make himself agreeable to them. When all the fables of his love affairs are cleared away, this characteristic trait remains. He despised women, but he was ready to bid pretty high, sometimes for their confidence and admiration. Several times, for instance, Madame de Chevreuse escaped with the punishment of temporary exile for plots and treasons which would have cost a man his head. The Cardinal would have been glad to stand high in her favour as well as in that of her royal mistress. As their hatred grew with years, so did his hardness and severity, till the Duchess, leaving Queen Anne in danger and disgrace, fled finally to Spain. His niece, with whom he was on the most intimate, affectionate terms, seems to have been the only woman who really cared for Cardinal de Richelieu. For her he planned various great marriages in France and Lorraine, all of which came to nothing. He gave her the Petit Luxembourg when he moved to his new palace, but she still overlooked his housekeeping and was the leading figure in his entertainments. Society realized her power and treated her with considerable reverence, though it laughed behind her back and told many malicious stories. As a fact, Madame de Combalet, created Duchesse d'Aiguillon in 1638, filled a difficult position well, strengthening it by friendships with distinguished women such as the Princesse de Condé and Mademoiselle d'Angennes, the famous Julie of the poets, the star of her mother's salon at the Hôtel de Rambouillet. The Marquis de Rambouillet has been already mentioned as a steady friend of Cardinal de Richelieu, and though his Eminence was not to be seen at Madame de Rambouillet's assemblies, the centre of civilizing influence long before his noonday of power, he took a keen and partly sympathetic interest in all that went on there. His brilliant intelligence could not fail to recognise the great work done for society by the divine Artémise in her blue drawing-room, where savage manners were softened and refined, military roughness was smoothed, coarse gossip discouraged, some touch of culture and literary taste being made a passport to the hostess's favour. It seems certain that political intrigue found no place at the Hôtel de Rambouillet, but it is characteristic of Richelieu's nervous, suspicious mind that he was not convinced of this. The long flirtation carried on by his friend the Cardinal de la Valette with the Princesse de Condé, both of them constant guests there, caused him some anxiety, and the story goes that he sent Père Joseph to Madame de Rambouillet with promises of advancement for her husband if she would keep him informed of the intrigues of these two. The Marquise replied, "I do not believe, father, that Madame la Princesse and Monsieur le Cardinal de la Valette have any intrigues, but if they have, I should not be the person to act as a spy." It seems that Cardinal de la Valette, who was clever and witty, did indulge in the dangerous pleasure of laughing at Richelieu's pedantries, and with Madame de Rambouillet herself, in whom he had entire confidence, and who enjoyed the joke. Richelieu's keenness of intellect and political intuition were not matched by the delicate wit and lightness of touch that are usually a Frenchman's birthright. He was rather fond of making jokes, but they were often heavy, if not grim, and better calculated to amuse himself than his hearers. Mademoiselle de Gournay had experience of this. She was a clever literary woman in a time when such women were rare. Montaigne adopted her as a daughter, and by his wish she published an edition of his works after his death, with a preface of her own. This was in 1595. At the height of Richelieu's fame, she was an old and eccentric woman living in Paris, known as the author of L'Ombre, a poetical work full of ancient and far-fetched words and high-flown sentiments. the fashionable young poets and literary men of Paris found pleasure in teasing and ridiculing Mademoiselle de Gournay. In 1635 she edited a new edition of Montaigne, which she dedicated to Cardinal de Richelieu. She was invited to an audience at the Palais Cardinal. Richelieu paid her the necessary compliments, but in obsolete words which he had carefully chosen out of l'ombre. He was highly pleased with himself, and his attendants were choking with laughter. But Mademoiselle de Gournay was an aristocrat. Not for nothing was she bien demoiselle. As Tallemant says, elle avoir vu le bon monde. "You are laughing at a poor old woman," she said. "Laugh, great genius, laugh. It is right that everyone should contribute to your diversion." The Eminentissime was ashamed of himself and asked her pardon. Afterwards he pensioned her handsomely, and not only her, but her old servant, Mademoiselle Jamine, and her favourite cat, Paillon, not forgetting Paillon's kittens. The Abbé de Bois-Robert, Mademoiselle de Gournay's good friend, brought these claims irresistibly before a lover of cats. At the height of favour as jester, verse-maker, and confidential gossip, Bois-Robert was a fount of honours and pensions at the Palais Cardinal. Poor poets and other literary men were the special objects of his care. He was a clever busybody who went everywhere and knew every one of the scribblers in verse and prose, social, political, theological, classical, dramatic, or of more trifling kind, who had drifted up, mostly from the provinces, into Parisian garrets and hung about the hotels of the great, depending on patronage for their daily bread. It was among these scattered units of varied birth and talent, all belonging to the Republic of Letters, that the French Academy began to exist, and Bois-Robert has the right to be called one of its founders. His character of favourite and of universal patron, as well as his literary skill, admitted him to weekly meetings of a few chosen spirits in the Marais, at the house of Valentin Conrart, bourgeois, Protestant, and man of letters. Bois-Robert's position at the Palais Cardinal made it natural that he should carry the report of these meetings direct to Richelieu. The minister was not altogether pleased. He disliked private assemblies. Too often in his experience they meant conspiracy, and he would gladly have made them illegal. The arguments of Bois-Robert, if they did not quite reassure the Cardinal, suggested to him a means of utilizing these literary meetings to the advantage of the state and of the French language. He proposed to Conrart and his friends, through Bois-Robert, that they should become a public body with letters patent, bound by its own statutes, and holding its assemblies under royal authority, with the object of purifying and regularizing the language and literature of France. The men of letters struggled a little, for liberty was sweet, but they soon submitted, and the 40 immortals took their place among those French institutions which have survived the old world in which they were born. As long as Richelieu lived, the Academy worked under his presiding authority. He encouraged no frivolity, no discussion of trifles, but insisted on hard, steady work. The great dictionary, first planned by the poet Chapelain, was seriously begun in 1634 and carried on by the most methodical among the new academicians, some of whom were considerably laughed at by the free literary world outside. They were, in fact, slaves to a minister who, besides having an unfounded faith in his own taste, was a critic swayed by reasons extra-literary. One need hardly mention that the Academy under Richelieu snubbed Corneille and condemned Le Cid, too Spanish and too independent to please his Eminence. The slavery was profitable. Places and pensions made life livable for the wiser academicians of Richelieu's day, whose survivors were described by La Bruyère as vieux corbeaux, croaking, as their master had taught them. and they grew to love their chains, while pouring flattery at the great man's feet. Guillaume Colletet, more drunkard than poet, composed a rondeau which was presented by Boisrobert to the Cardinal. Ô grand Armand, je vous invite à boire, trinquez pour Louis, ses œuvres méritoires, c'est le support du Parnasse François, c'est l'Apollon qui verse quelquefois ses rayons d'or jusque dans notre armoire. Si sa vertu veut qu'on chante sa gloire, sa santé veut qu'on en fasse mémoire, et que l'on crie à table à haute voix, ô grand Armand. N'y boire pas, c'est avoir l'âme noire, donc pour blanchir la nostre comme ivoire, roi des esprits, buvez comme des rois, Bakou viendra couronner vos exploits, et Boisrobert on contera l'histoire au grand Armand. It is to the honour of Pierre Corneille that he did not, till many years later, find a place among these rois des esprits. The Cardinal had been disappointed in him. Before the Academy existed, he was one of 5 poetical secretaries who were employed by His Eminence to arrange his own original ideas in poetry and drama. The other 4 were Boisrobert, L'Estoile, Colletet, and Rotrou. It seems that Corneille was too honest for his place, his criticism too frank, and his opinion too positive. He was soon dismissed, the Cardinal finding that he lacked esprit de suite, which may be translated as the gift of following blindly wherever his patron chose to lead. Richelieu had a passion for plays and ballets, and employed a troupe of actors of his own. They were the 3rd company in Paris, the others belonging to the Théâtre des Marais and the Hôtel de Bourgogne. There were 2 theatres at the Palais Cardinal, and the smaller was generally used for the comedies, dances, and other entertainments constantly attended by their Majesties in the court. Here were performed pieces arranged by the Cardinal's own authors, Les Tuileries and L'Aveugle de Smyrne, dull comedies magnificently staged, livelier pieces such as Cloris by Barrault, a very popular playwriter, other fashionable plays, ballets in which young royalties danced, Mademoiselle, Gaston's daughter, Mademoiselle de Bourbon, Mademoiselle de Longueville, Mademoiselle de Vendôme, the Duc d'Enghien, his future wife, Mademoiselle de Maillé-Brézé, and other nieces and cousins of the Cardinal. These gay, fantastic ballets, even more than regular plays, were the delight of society, young and old. All the courtiers and great ladies joined in them. Louis XIII. Himself often composed both the words and the music of lutes, spinets, violins, and forgot his gloomy stiffness in dancing. In the intervals of the performances, the Cardinal's guests enjoyed rare fruits and dainty sweetmeats, handed round by his pages, in baskets tied with English ribbons of gold and silver tissue. When comedy and dance were over, the company was offered a gorgeous supper on the great service of plate which the Cardinal left to the King. The entertainments at the Palais Cardinal reached their zenith in January 1641, with the presentation of Mirame. Richelieu, to quote a contemporary, témoigna des tendresses de père pour cette pièce, and it seems actually to have been in great part his work, in collaboration with the academician Desmarets. The larger of his 2 theatres, holding 3,000 persons, was used for the first time and decorated with special magnificence. It was rather a vast saloon than a theatre, with gilded galleries for the most distinguished guests, the ordinary admiring crowd finding place on the floor. His Eminence, happy and triumphant, was near the Queen. The Abbé de Marolles, once a timid student, now a critical spectator, described him as dressed in a long mantle of flame-coloured taffeta over a black soutane with collar and facings of ermine. The scenery of the play, with the new machinery which astonished all eyes, had been ordered from Italy by Cardinal Mazarin, now a familiar figure in Paris and Richelieu's right hand. There was a long perspective of palaces and gardens, with terraces, grottos, fountains, statues, all looking out over the sea, with agitations, says the Gazette, which seemed natural to the waves of that vast element, and two large fleets, one appearing 2 leagues distant, both of which passed in sight of the spectators. Over this lovely scene night gradually fell, and all was lit up by the moon. Then, just as naturally, day dawned and the sun rose, taking his turn in this agréable tromperie. The majority of the guests were amazed and transported beyond measure. A few critics, among whom was the Abbé de Marolles, did not particularly care for all this fine machinery and grand perspective. He found it fatiguing to the eyes and the mind. In his opinion, a comedy should depend for success on story, poetry, and fine acting. Le reste n'est qu'un embarras inutile. There were other more malicious critics who saw in the story of the play the love of Princess Mirame, daughter of the King of Bithynia, for the daring sailor Arimont, commanding the fleet of Colchos, with all the tragical events which at last brought about a happy ending, a veiled allusion to the old romance of Queen Anne and the Duke of Buckingham. It is very improbable, to say the least, that Richelieu, who had at this time ceased to persecute the Queen, should choose to offend her afresh by stirring up grievances 15 years old. His object, never indeed attained, was to live at peace among princes and nobles who had learnt their lesson. What really annoyed him in connection with this performance of Mirame was the discovery by his watchful enemies of various disreputable persons among the invited guests. The King was displeased, Monsieur enjoyed the incident, and the Cardinal could only revenge himself on an unlucky official who had been too free with his cards of admittance. In spite of fault-finders, Mirame was a triumph. Standing up in his place, the Cardinal joyfully acknowledged the constant thunders of applause, then waving his hand for silence, that none of his fine lines might be missed. When the play was over and the Queen had passed on a golden bridge drawn by peacocks to a silver throne prepared for her beyond the lifted curtain of the stage, to preside over a grand ball that ended the evening, there was no prouder man in Europe than her host, the weary, sickly statesman who had already given provinces to France and made her paramount in Italy and Spain. End of section 19. Section 20 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 9. 1633 to 1637. From the year 1630, Richelieu had employed historians and antiquaries in hunting up documents to justify his plans for the greater glory of France. Amazing were the pretensions that these learned persons encouraged him to make for his king. According to them, Louis XIII might claim sovereign rights over England, Spain, Milan, Naples, and Sicily, not to mention Flanders, Artois, Franche-Comté, Lorraine, and other frontier provinces. How far Richelieu's dreams of conquest really extended it is difficult to say, but the year 1633 found him resolved, at least in his own words, to re-establish the monarchy in its original greatness by asserting the ancient rights of the crown, and Duke Charles of Lorraine soon gave him his desired opportunity of annexing a large part of the old Austrasian province. Relying on imperial support and on his sister's marriage with the heir presumptive of France, the Duke had broken treaties and had neglected to pay homage for his French fief, the Duchy of Bar. In the summer of 1633 the Parliament of Paris was directed by Richelieu to declare that duchy confiscated to France. In August a French army, led by the king and the cardinal, marched once more upon the frontier of Lorraine. The Duke tried to gain time, hoping for the help of a Spanish army under the Duke of Feria, which was advancing from Italy. He sent his brother Cardinal Nicolas Francois to negotiate with the French, offering not only to consent to the dissolution of his sister's marriage, but that the cardinal, who had taken only minor orders, should ally himself with Richelieu by marrying Madame de Combalet. This proposal was coolly set aside by Richelieu, who observed that he had not advised the king to enter Lorraine with a powerful army for his private family ends. He insisted that Nancy, the capital, with Princess Marguerite in person, should be placed in the king's hands as a pledge of submission. As to his sister, Duke Charles was willing enough, being painfully aware that the alliance with Gaston was a mistake which might ruin him, but he would not consent to surrender his capital, protesting with oaths that he would rather burn it down. Nevertheless, the city did not stand a long siege, but when Louis XIII and Richelieu made their entry, their promised captive had escaped. By the help of her brother the cardinal, and with great spirit and courage on her own part, Madame Marguerite had slipped out of Nancy at the beginning of the blockade, and in a page's disguise had joined her husband at Brussels. There she was formally received as Duchess of Orleans by the Queen Mother and the Infanta, and the marriage was confirmed by the Archbishop of Malines. Richelieu was not altogether displeased. Well convinced of his power to separate Monsieur from his new wife as soon as the Prince himself should return to France and his duty, he was not sorry to have an honourable excuse for going to extremes with the Duke of Lorraine. No hostage, no capital. Duke Charles was helpless. His sister was no longer in his hands. His Spanish allies, checked on their way by a Protestant army, failed to come to his aid. He had to see a parliament established in Metz, and almost the whole of his province garrisoned by French troops. When the king returned to Paris, the lilies of France were flying over Lorraine. Town after town submitted, fortress after fortress. In January of 1634, Charles abdicated for the time in favour of his brother the cardinal, and with the small remains of his army took service under the Emperor. Then Cardinal de Richelieu bent all his energies to forcing on Gaston's return to France and reconciliation with his brother. He regarded this as a necessity of state, and he was equally resolved that the Queen Mother, who had made some overtures on her own account, should never again set foot in France. Both Marie and Gaston, while quarrelling between themselves, played the minister's game by their own foolishness. A murderer caught at Metz was suspected with reason of being sent from Brussels by Chanteloube, Marie's unwise counsellor, to attempt the life of Richelieu. He lost his own. The same fate befell others in Lorraine and elsewhere, charged with the same designs, and while this secret campaign went on, Gaston and his favourite Puylaurens made an independent treaty with Spain, promising to invade France with a foreign army to be supplied by the imperial generals in the Low Countries. Well served by spies, Richelieu knew all this. He replied to Monsieur's treason by representing to the king that such a prince, who could promise French fortresses to the enemy, was not fit to wear the crown, and with a bold decision, before which, at such a crisis, not even the hereditary monarchy was sacred, he proposed a league of nobles and princes of the blood who should pledge themselves, in case of Louis's death, against the unconditional succession of his brother. France, after all, in the eyes of Richelieu, was greater than her kings. By the autumn of 1634, Puylaurens and his master knew that they had made a huge mistake in allying themselves with Spain. No troops were forthcoming, and it began to be evident that the prospect was not one of triumph and revenge, but of ruin and perpetual exile. All through September, M. de Puylaurens was negotiating secretly with Cardinal de Richelieu, promising for Monsieur, among other things, the renunciation of his marriage, and also making a good bargain for himself. Gaston left Brussels one day in October and galloped hard to the frontier. He had been in exile for 2 years and was enchanted to see France again. His little daughter, Mademoiselle, now 7 years old, met him at Limours and flew joyfully into the arms of a gay and fascinating father. As to Madame, left behind in Flanders, her marriage was solemnly declared null and void by an assembly of French clergy as having been contracted against the civil law. In this decision, however, the clergy acted on Gallican lines, independently of the Pope, who was of a different opinion, and although, after long resistance, Monsieur formally submitted, he had protected himself in advance by a letter to Urban VIII, refusing to be bound by any extorted promise. The consequence was that Richelieu's apparent triumph in this affair of the Lorraine marriage only lasted his life. Gaston and Marguerite remained faithful to each other, and the stiff Madame who reigned in after years at Blois and at the Luxembourg was the same princess, the heroine in her adventurous girlhood of a secret marriage and a romantic escape. It was that private letter of Gaston's to the Pope which brought about the ruin of the unlucky Puylaurens. He had gained high favour with Richelieu, who had purchased his faithful service, as he thought, by making him a duke and a peer of France, and by marrying him to his own first cousin, Mademoiselle Philippe de Pontchâteau, younger daughter of his aunt Louise de Plessis, his father's sister. The marriage took place in Paris at the end of November 1634, and on the same day the Duc de la Valette, son of the Duc d'Epernon and widower of Henry IV.'s daughter, Mademoiselle de Verneuil, was married to the elder sister, Marie de Pontchâteau, and the Comte, afterwards Maréchal de Guiche, to another cousin, Mademoiselle du Plessis de Chivray. The cardinal celebrated the triple wedding by a magnificent fête. At this time the first nobles in France found it politic to quarrel for the honour of his alliance, and it was a matter of general talk in society that he meant to marry Monsieur to Madame de Combalet, the Lorraine marriage being set aside. This report even reached the ears of Monsieur's little daughter and filled her with just indignation. A few weeks after the wedding, the cardinal's spies brought him not only the secret, well kept by Puylaurens, of Monsieur's letter to Rome, but proofs of a fresh treasonable correspondence carried on by the new duke with Spain. Swiftly fell Richelieu's vengeance. Puylaurens, with several of his friends, were arrested at the Louvre on February 14th and carried off by royal order to Vincennes. The entreaties of Monsieur, newly reconciled at court, delayed his trial, but he died after 4 months of prison. His good fortune, says Richelieu, withdrew him from this world and saved him from the infamy of a shameful death which he could not have escaped. Whether the fatal atmosphere of the dungeons of Vincennes was assisted by poison of a more active kind will never be known. That suspicion hung about the deaths of many of the cardinal's prisoners. Richelieu consoled the young widow of Puylaurens by marrying her to the Comte d'Harcourt of the House of Lorraine, younger brother of the Duc d'Elbeuf, a queer personage but a fine soldier. He had fought a successful duel with Bouteville, in itself a distinction. He proved himself worthy of the cardinal's favour by serving his eminence faithfully for the rest of his life. But for Richelieu the 30 Years' War might have ended with the death of Wallenstein and the imperial victories which followed it. Even the Protestant princes of Germany were ready for a compromise with the Emperor, but Richelieu had no intention of accepting a general peace which would leave his Swedish friends weak and dissatisfied, his own conquests incomplete, Spain and Austria easily predominant in Italy and the Low Countries. He resolved that France, as an ally of Sweden, Holland, and the German Protestants, should now take an active part in the war, and he prepared for the actual declaration by a treaty with the Dutch for the partition of the Spanish Netherlands, to be followed by one with the Dukes of Savoy, Parma, and Mantua for the conquest and division of the Milanese. In May of 1635, after some military provocation on the part of Spain, Louis XIII sent his herald at arms to Brussels, a noble Gascon, Jean Gratiolet, captain of Abbeville, and solemnly declared war against his brother-in-law, Philip IV, while publicly inviting the Low Countries to rebel against Spain. Europe was amazed, says a modern French writer, to see Richelieu suddenly take up arms for those same Huguenots whom he had crushed with such goodwill at La Rochelle. Europe was amazed, and what of the French nation, flung unconsulted into the struggle with Catholic Europe, which might easily have become a fight for its own existence? The three estates of the realm had each its own separate point of view. The princes and nobles loved war, but the majority, Catholic and hating Richelieu, were rebels at heart. However, each man had his orders, content or malcontent. Each governor found himself dispatched to his own province, each commander to his post, while the generals dashed hither and thither in pursuit of armies which had to be hired, recruited, disciplined, poured in half a dozen directions over the frontier: Germany, Flanders, Lorraine, Switzerland, Italy. Richelieu, the directing brain at this moment of high energy, moved the members even against their will. To most of the clergy, again, the war was of the nature of sacrilege, and still more so, later on, the demand of an enormous payment of arrears for lands held under the crown, which had been suffered to go free for nearly 100 years. But at a time when the taxes of France had rolled up to more than 100 million francs a year, a gigantic and as yet unheard of sum, Richelieu could no longer grant the clergy the privilege of paying no tax but their prayers, which he had himself claimed for them at the States General of 1613. The people give their goods, the nobles their blood, the clergy their prayers. As ever, the patience of the most heavily taxed seemed almost inexhaustible, and it was not till France was deeply engaged in the war, her middle class and her peasantry crushed by Richelieu's intendants and financiers under burdens every week more enormous, that in the south and the north populations made some effort to save themselves, made it by rioting their only resource, and found themselves croquant in Guienne, va-nu-pieds in Normandy, in a last state worse than the first. In spite of all these discontents, there were ways in which Frenchmen now realised the national unity which was Richelieu's dream. The famous leader, Duke Henry de Rohan, was again in arms, not now as a Huguenot chief, but commanding an army against the Duke of Lorraine, fighting for his duchy with imperial troops behind him. In the spring of 1635 it was to Rohan that Richelieu committed the task of preparing for his designs on Milan by a new occupation of the Valtelline, thus once more playing the old game of blocking the chief military road between Austria and Spain. All went well at first, the Duke proving himself a loyal subject and a good general. The cause that finally discomfited him and drove him at last to throw up his command and to retire to Geneva was the failure of Richelieu's government to pay a promised indemnity to the Grisons, rightful possessors of the valley, who, after 2 years of French occupation, secretly encouraged by Spain, rebelled suddenly against Rohan and insisted on the evacuation of their territory. Blamed by Richelieu for a failure which was no fault of his, and broken by severe illness, the Huguenot hero was still ready to bear arms for France. In the spring of 1638 he volunteered to serve under Duke Bernard of Saxe-Weimar, the great soldier who, if actually fighting for his own hand, nevertheless gave Alsace to France, and died of his wounds after the siege of Rheinfeld, having lived long enough to know with what swift brilliance Bernard had turned defeat into victory. For many months, as readers of history know, the fortunes of war went against Richelieu. The ravages of the French and the Dutch armies in the Netherlands, under the Prince of Orange and the Marshals de Chatillon and de Breze, did not incline the population to change masters. In Germany, one town after another fell into imperialist hands, and it was only with difficulty that the French held their own in Lorraine. The invasion of the Milanese failed, and later on the deaths of the Dukes of Savoy and of Mantua deprived France of two important allies. The French fleet, though making a fine show for those days, 47 men of war, wasted its strength in vainly flourishing about the coast, and owing to the quarrels of its commanders, the Comte d'Harcourt and the Archbishop of Bordeaux, with Monsieur de Vitry, governor of Provence, the slayer of Concini, did not for a long time succeed in even recovering the Ile of Lerins, seized by Spain at the opening of the war. And then, in July 1636, a terrible disaster threatened France. Imperial troops crossed the frontier and had taken two strong places in Picardy, La Capelle and Le Catelet, before the French commanders were ready to oppose them. Imperial cavalry crossed the Somme and advanced to the Oise, the Comte de Soissons retreating before them, and spread a very natural terror throughout the country. They were mostly Croats and Hungarians, fierce and savage men, whose road was marked by robbery, fire, and slaughter. Their leader was the Bavarian John of Werth, a name of fear in the campaigns of his day. Paris was in a state of terror and fury. The black shadows of the streets in the sweltering heat of late July and early August were loud with raging men and women, whose voices taught the Cardinal Duke his unpopularity. Paris was ill fortified, ill defended, and part of her strong old walls had been destroyed by him for the sake of his Palais Cardinal. They cried against him because of that, because of his ingratitude to the Queen Mother, his failure so far in the war he had undertaken, his alliance with heretics. And Richelieu knew that their fear, if not their hatred, was too well justified. The Comte de Soissons, whose army, camping in the forests and holding the fords of the Oise, protected Paris, was not above suspicion as to his loyalty. The Due de Chaulnes, governor of Picardy, was lazy and negligent. Money and men were lacking for the defence of a divided, discontented, panic-stricken country. The first news of the invasion found the king and the cardinal absent from Paris, as usual in the heat of summer. They returned at once to the stifling, frantic city. Then the great Armand showed the stuff he was made of. "Remember, I pray you," he wrote to the Comte de Soissons, "on such occasions as these, moments are worth years." Paris being always and before all things a Catholic city, he appealed to her religion. All the bishops in the kingdom were commanded to hold processions within and without their cathedrals, with the special devotions of the 40 hours. From every church in Paris and in the whole of France, with every chapel of convent or monastery, the bells clanged out, calling the faithful to pray for their country. In his own person the cardinal vowed to the Paris convent of the Filles du Calvaire in the Marais, Père Joseph's favourite foundation, a large sum of money and a silver lamp to burn perpetually before Our Lady's altar. Whatever his own personal faith may have been, he knew the spiritual needs of the people. That he did not fear their angry voices he proved by driving alone, at a foot's pace, without suite and without guards, through the wild crowds in the streets, from the Palais Cardinal to the Hôtel de Ville, bearing the royal order that the city trades and companies should assemble for the purpose of giving their help to the king. His courage triumphed. The people, says Montglat, dared not say a word to him. Royal decrees followed thick and fast. Their succession was like the sending round of the fiery cross, summoning men to serve their country. Those Parisians who had planned to escape John of Werth and his pillaging horde by flying with all their movable goods to Orleans or some other city of the West, found the gates of Paris shut against them. All privileges and exemptions were abolished in the city. All men capable of bearing arms were ordered to present themselves for enrolment either at the Hôtel de Ville, where the old Maréchal de la Force sat on the steps to receive them, or mounted and armed at Saint Denis. All the workshops of Paris were closed, all buildings stopped. No master of a trade, excepting bakers, butchers, armourers, gun-makers, saddlers, and the like, might keep more than one apprentice. The rest, with masons, stone-cutters, carpenters, artisans of every sort, must serve the king. From each owner of a coach a horse was demanded, and every house in Paris was expected to furnish a man with belt and sword. The peasants of the surrounding villages were set to work on new fortifications at Saint Denis. A day sufficed to change terror into enthusiasm. On August 5th, representatives of all the trade guilds and syndicates were received by Louis XIII in the great gallery of the Louvre, and offered him their persons and their goods with so great gaiety and affection that most of them embraced and kissed his knees. Louis rose to the occasion and kissed them all, not excepting the chief of the cobblers, whose guild made the noble gift of 5,000 francs. The Parliament, not without grudging conditions, the municipality, the colleges, monasteries, and other bodies poured money at the king's feet. There was enough to pay and keep, for 3 months at least, 12,000 foot and 3,000 horse. In the meanwhile, the news that the enemy had taken Corbie on the Somme, thus drawing alarmingly near to Amiens on the direct road to Paris, fanned the flame so fiercely that tous les jeunes bourgeois, says Montglat, à toute force vouloient aller à la guerre. Not many days later, the king and the cardinal advanced to Amiens, and a strong army commanded by Monsieur and the Comte de Soissons held the enemy in effectual check along the banks of the Somme. By the middle of September, all the actual danger of invasion was past, though the imperialists still held Corbie. John of Werth and his merry men, loaded with booty, had galloped back across the frontier of Artois. Corbie was not retaken till November, but the Cardinal Infant, his aunt's successor as ruler of the Netherlands, with the other Spanish and imperialist generals, discouraged by the advance of the French army, had already withdrawn from French territory, and it seemed, as the autumn advanced, as if the fortune of war was changing in Richelieu's favour. The enemy was repulsed everywhere, in Burgundy, by Weimar, Condé, and the Cardinal de la Valette, on the Spanish frontier, where Saint-Jean-de-Luz was taken, but further advance was resisted by the old Duc d'Epernon and the Comte de Gramont, governors of Guienne and Béarn, on the Morbihan coast, where a Spanish force, disembarking near Vannes, attacked the Abbey of Prières. The sturdy monks defended themselves so gallantly that the countryside had time to rise against the invaders, who fled back in disorder to their ships. At this moment of danger, the 2 young men whom Richelieu had called to the command of the king's armies were busily plotting his destruction. To them and their like, the death of the minister and the anarchy that must follow were not only desirable for their own ends, but the best medicines for the ills of France. Monsieur and the Comte de Soissons were seldom friends, except when they joined hands against Richelieu, and it happened that at this time each was nursing special grievances. Monsieur, as to his forbidden marriage and the death of Puylaurens; Soissons, because the Cardinal had dared to offer him his niece in marriage and refused him the command of the army in Alsace, and more recently had shown distrust by setting Monsieur over him as commander-in-chief of the army on the Oise. There were not wanting faithful friends who pointed out to both princes that now was the moment to revenge themselves. The army was theirs, the Cardinal was at Amiens, the King, staying at the Chateau de Demuin a few miles away, rode constantly into the city to hold council with his ministers. It was natural that the princes in command of the army should attend the council. The rest was easily thought out, with the help of M. de Montresor, a follower of Monsieur, M. de Saint-Ibal, in M. le Comte's confidence, and two solid men, Varicarville and Bardouville. These 6 conspirators fixed a day on which the Cardinal should be stabbed to death after the King had left the council. All went well for their purpose. On the appointed day, the council being ended, the King went away with all his guards, and the Cardinal remained alone in the courtyard with Monsieur and the Comte de Soissons. Immediately, writes the Marquise de Montglat, Varicarville, who knew the secret, stationed himself behind the Cardinal, expecting the signal which Monsieur was to give, while Saint-Ibal and Bardouville took their stand, one on the right, the other on the left. But instead of commanding that the projected deed should be done, Monsieur, seized with fear, remounted the staircase without a word, while Montresor, surprised at the change, followed him, telling him that his enemy was in his power and that he had only to speak. It was not the first time that Richelieu had owed his life to Gaston's temperament. So éperdu was the prince, so utterly had his nerve failed him, that he could only mutter something about "another time," and escaped as quickly as possible, leaving the Comte de Soissons, dans la dernière confusion, face to face with Richelieu. Unaware of his danger, and the King's brother having disappeared, the Cardinal bade his other enemy farewell and retired to his lodging. The fingers of Saint-Ibal, Varicarville, Bardouville relaxed on their dagger hilts, and one may imagine that these 3 gentlemen stared rather blankly on each other as their doomed victim walked away. When the story became known, which was not immediately, many persons blamed the Comte de Soissons that he had not made up for Monsieur's weakness by finishing the affair. He excused himself, says Montglat, by the respect he owed Monsieur, so that he dared undertake nothing in his presence without his command. He was too wise to act alone in such a matter. The position of Gaston's cat's paw, to be disclaimed and forsaken and left to the King's justice, was not attractive. The army might rally round the heir to the throne in sudden rebellion. The Comte de Soissons was not equally secure. 3 days later there was another chance, for Richelieu visited the camp, but he was attended by his own guards, and the assassination was judged impossible. On this occasion a whisper of the plot reached his ears, and with his usual fearlessness he spoke of it to the Comte de Soissons, haughtily reprimanding him. The princes were frightened, for their plots had gone beyond the death of Richelieu. They had disloyally done their best to delay the relief of Corbie. They had attempted to draw the Duc d'Epernon into the project of a rising, already favoured by the Duc de Bouillon and others, the object of which was to lay hold on the government, to reinstate the Queen Mother, and to make peace with Spain. They failed. The various successes of the autumn were against them. The Duc d'Epernon, though 2 of his sons were on their side, refused to listen to them. After the retaking of Corbie, having returned from the army to Paris, they were seized with a great fear of the Cardinal. He was certain to know all. He was of a temper that never forgave. The court, they felt assured, was not a safe place for them. They took counsel with each other and resolved to fly at once, on a dark November night, while Paris was singing and rejoicing over the good news of victory. Both princes, before leaving Paris, paid a separate visit to the Tuileries. There, under the care of M. de Montglat's mother, Madame de Saint Georges, lived Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Gaston's daughter, now 9 years old, a person of decided character and one of Richelieu's most hearty haters. The Comte de Soissons paid great court to this little lady, the richest heiress in France, if not in Europe. Though 4 years older than her father and 23 years older than herself, and having failed 10 years earlier to run away with her mother, he proposed to marry her, and Gaston was ready to consent. This plan was one of the links that now united them. Mademoiselle herself liked Monsieur le Comte and accepted his compliments and sugar plums with satisfaction, but at this time she did not understand his object. It is doubtful if the royal consent would ever have been given to this marriage, but a curious little passage in the Cardinal's own memoir shows how keenly he noticed every detail in the lives of the princes, and on what slight if sure grounds he accused them of conspiracy. The next day at evening, which was the night of the 19th to the 20th, Monsieur and he, Monsieur le Comte, left Paris, and that it was plotted between them is shown by this. Monsieur, having arrived in Paris and visiting Mademoiselle his daughter, Madame de Saint Georges, told him that Monsieur le Comte had but just gone out. He leaned his head against a chimney-piece, remained long and thoughtful, then said, and repeated several times, "What? Monsieur le Comte is here? What? He has not gone to Champagne?" which showed plainly there was a plot between them. Disguised and almost alone, the princes retired in different directions. Monsieur to his castle of Blois, the Comte de Soissons to neutral ground at Sedan, held by its sovereigns of the house of Bouillon for more than 100 years. From these retreats they sent their demands and remonstrances to Louis XIII, while on the other hand they corresponded with the Queen Mother and with Spain. Richelieu seems to have treated the discontents of the Comte de Soissons with some scorn. He allowed negotiations with him to drag on for some months, and then advised the king not only to forgive him, but to allow him to remain 4 years at Sedan unless he chose to return to the court, a leniency for which the cardinal has been blamed, dangerous to the state and fatal to Soissons himself. As to Monsieur, a mixture of threats and entreaties, the advance of royal troops to Orleans, the clever management of Monsieur de Chavigny, the cardinal's most trusted agent, soon brought about a change in his weathercock mind. He met the king at Orleans in February 1637 with many demonstrations of friendship. Indeed, dissimulation went so far that there appeared to be a sincere reconciliation between Monsieur and the cardinal. End of section 20. Section 21 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 10. 1637 to 1639. In Richelieu's own mind, his worst enemies were to be found among his nearest neighbours. Les intrigues de cabinet, says M. de Montglat, donnèrent plus de peine au Cardinal de Richelieu que toute la guerre étrangère. Not only mischievous great ladies like the Duchesse de Chevreuse, but every man or woman who had anything to do with the court were objects of his watchful suspicion, and to most of them, while they begged his favour and flocked to his entertainments, he seemed the cruel ogre, the mysterious sphinx so long represented in history. He never really trusted the king. Louis was fond of gossip, easily amused by small things, and often attracted by persons undesirable from Richelieu's point of view. And even at his height of power, he found it impossible to carry out the ideal arrangement which would have hindered any one not bound to his own service from approaching the king at times, such as the petit coucher, when intimate talk was allowed, and men might even dare to tell a story against the eminentissime himself. They would probably repent, for though Louis might laugh and enjoy such jokes, he had a way of repeating them to the cardinal, if only with a half-childish notion of teasing him. The consequences to a chattering courtier might be serious. The influence of these gentlemen with the king was seldom really dangerous, and yet the cardinal was justified in his distrust, for the majority hated him, and he went about always with his life in one hand, not because of ambitious princes alone. Men's consciences were no protection to him. For instance, the Abbé de Retz, afterwards cardinal and coadjutor of the Archbishop of Paris, felt little doubt that he would have done a right action, socially and politically, had he carried out a plan for killing Richelieu in the chapel of the Tuileries at the long-deferred christening of Mademoiselle de Montpensier. Over and over again Richelieu tried to confine the king's special favour to persons chosen by himself, and over again he failed. It was not so much that people played him false as that he found them, men and women, too proud, too independent, and too faithful to their order for the place he meant them to fill, that of the king's favourites and his own spies. There was Mademoiselle de Hautefort, with whom Louis fell in love when she was a beautiful girl of 15, brought to court from her native province by her grandmother, Madame de la Flotte, and appointed one of the Queen Mother's maids of honour. After the day of dupes, when Marie de Medicis left France and her household was broken up, Madame de la Flotte became lady-in-waiting to the young queen in the place of Madame du Fargis, whom Richelieu sent into exile, and Mademoiselle de Hautefort, transferred at the same time, was specially recommended by Louis to his wife's favour. At first, very naturally, Queen Anne was not pleased. Marie de Hautefort was in every way a dazzling person. Madame de Motteville declares that she made a greater effect at court than any other beauty. Her eyes were blue, large, and full of fire, her teeth white and even. Her complexion had the white and red suitable to a fair beauty. Added to this, she had a sharp tongue. She was high-spirited, railleuse, and by no means soft-hearted. Louis XIII's love affairs contrast curiously with those of his father. Nothing could be more innocent, more purely platonic than his devotion to Mademoiselle de Hautefort. He hardly dared approach her. His talk was of dogs and of birds, and yet he showed the stormy jealousy and the sulks and humours of a passionate lover, and spent hours in writing songs and music for his lady. She disputed with him freely and laughed at him unmercifully. At the beginning Richelieu encouraged this singular affection, but after about 3 years he saw reason to change his mind. Mademoiselle de Hautefort was not inclined to act as his political agent, and she had soon given the loyalty of a warm and generous nature to her mistress the Queen, whom she saw neglected by Louis and subject to the tyranny of the cardinal. This is to say that the woman most admired by the king had joined the Spanish party at court, and was rightly counted by Richelieu among his enemies. It cost him little trouble to drive Mademoiselle de Hautefort out of favour, at least for a time. When Louis had become slightly tired of his quarrels with the fair beauty, and slightly chilled by her friendship with the Queen, it was made easy for him to find consolation in the dark eyes of Louise de Lafayette, a cousin of Père Joseph, whose family was supposed to be devoted to the cardinal. Mademoiselle de Lafayette was as good and gentle as she was lovely. In the varied records of the French court there exists no sweeter figure. During 2 years she and the eccentric king adored each other, with a tender affection and mutual confidence, quite absent from the Hautefort affair. Yet this, like the other, never passed the bounds of friendship. It went so far, however, that the girl's conscience was alarmed, and she began to think of taking refuge in a convent. The idea was not unwelcome to Cardinal de Richelieu. The court was full of his spies, who warned him that Mademoiselle de La Fayette's intimate talk with the king was not to his advantage, that she was inspired by Père Caussin, the royal confessor, to speak to Louis in favour of his mother, his wife, his brother, and all the other victims of a warlike heretical policy, that she was encouraged by her uncle, the Bishop of Limoges, and her brother, the Chevalier de Lafayette, to set him against the Cardinal, that the Bishop had even been heard to say, "When the Cardinal is ruined, we will do this and that. As for me, I shall inhabit the Hôtel de Richelieu." The court was buzzing with intrigues all through 1636 and the year of Corbie, while the king still enjoyed as far as possible the society of the only woman who had ever loved him for his own sake. Mademoiselle de La Fayette, torn between conscience and affection, was dragged one way and the other by two sets of advisers, each headed by a dignified ecclesiastic, moved by reasons beyond mere anxiety for her welfare and that of the king. The Père Carré, superior of the Dominicans in Paris and a favourite director of court ladies, was one of Richelieu's chief spies and most devoted servants. Mademoiselle de La Fayette came to him for counsel. He encouraged her scruples and blessed her vocation. Il faisait parler Dieu, says M. Cousin, selon l'intérêt et au commandement de Richelieu. On the other hand, Père Caussin, a Jesuit and apparently an honest man, took advantage of his position as the king's confessor to advise Mademoiselle de La Fayette to remain at court. He saw no reason why Louis should be deprived of a perfectly innocent friendship for the sake of foolish scruples and a half-imaginary vocation. Such an opinion, if disinterested, would have been worthy of all respect. But at the French court, divided between Richelieu's spies and Richelieu's enemies, this was almost impossible. The reasons that had moved Cardinal de Bérulle and the brothers Marillac, the grievances of the Queen Mother, of the Pope, and of the princes, all found voice in Père Caussin. He was closely allied, too, with another distinguished Jesuit, Père Monod, the confessor of Christine, Duchess of Savoy, who was at this very time in Paris, working against Richelieu in the interests of Spain. Considering all this, it is no great wonder that Père Caussin presently found himself disgraced and banished to Brittany, a harmless Jesuit of 80 years old being appointed royal confessor in his place. It seems that Richelieu did not wish to break the tradition which gave the care of the king's conscience to that order. Tired of intrigue, pushed on by Père Carré and her own doubts, Louise de La Fayette entered the convent of the Visitation in the Rue Saint-Antoine in May 1637. For some months the king continued to visit her there, until Richelieu, whose influence had been a good deal shaken by her arguments, had regained his personal power, and Mademoiselle de Hautefort, still at court, her old dominion. The tragi-comedy known as the Affair of the Val-de-Grâce, which played itself out in the summer of 1637, proved that Richelieu's star was still in the ascendant. The war with Spain had added fresh distress to Queen Anne's position, so long a false and lonely one. The secret sympathy of half the court and of all the malcontents in the kingdom did not compensate the Queen for the loss of her friends, exiled one by one as Richelieu came to suspect them, or for the entire separation from her own family and its allies in Austria, the Netherlands, and Lorraine. The Queen did not easily resign herself. In spite of espionage, she wrote and sent letters to her brothers, the King of Spain and the Cardinal Infant, as well as to Madame de Chevreuse, living in banishment at Tours. These letters were written in a refuge to which spies did not penetrate, the Benedictine Abbey of the Val de Grace in the Faubourg Saint-Jacques. The abbess, of Spanish origin, was a devoted servant of the Queen. It is no insult to Richelieu's patriotism to believe that he had never pounced on smaller game with equal satisfaction. The famous letters themselves, if we may believe Madame de Motteville, contained no actual treason against the king or the state, but they did contain railleries against the cardinal, and in any case they were written to the enemies of France and belonged to the political opposition, so long irreconcilable, which he crushed more sternly every year he lived. We may think what we please about his more personal motives of spite and revenge. That he had made love to the Queen and that she had laughed at him seemed to the gossips of the time a sufficient explanation of everything. The cardinal, they said, wished to send her back to Spain, to divorce her from the king, to marry him to Madame de Combalet. In the following year that much-talked-of lady was consoled for the loss of so many great matches by being created Duchesse d'Aiguillon in her own right. Her uncle paid an enormous sum of money for the title and the estates belonging to it. The Queen's troubles in the summer of 1637 began with the intercepting by Richelieu's people of a letter in cipher which she had written to Madame de Chevreuse. The bearer, La Porte, her valet de chambre, was the person to whom she trusted all her secret correspondence. Suddenly thrown into the Bastille, examined first by Richelieu's terrible agents and then by the cardinal himself, threatened with torture and death, the faithful man refused to say one word that could incriminate his royal mistress. Even the cardinal admired his fidelity. It was in August, and the court was at Chantilly. The Queen, in her alarm, first denied everything solemnly and on oath, then thought it prudent to make some kind of confession. She sent for the cardinal, who came accompanied by his two chief secretaries, M. de Chavigny and M. de Noailles. Madame de Sénisset, the mistress of her household, was in attendance on the Queen. The cardinal, according to himself, was respectful, fatherly, but severe. When the Queen began to assure him of the harmlessness of her letters, he said at once that he did not believe her, but promised her his own faithful service and the king's forgiveness if she would confess everything. On this, Anne sent the witnesses out of the room and remained alone with Richelieu. We have only his word for what passed, that the Queen, speaking with much displeasure and confusion, confessed to a correspondence with Spain and with Flanders, carried on by secret means, and in terms which might justly displease the king, that she exclaimed several times, "Quelle bonté faut-il que vous ayez, monsieur le cardinal?" That she protested her eternal gratitude, saying, "Give me your hand," while holding out her own, famous for its beauty, which the cardinal respectfully refused to touch. He made her write and sign her confession, and then caused the king to bestow a formal forgiveness, not sweetened by a list of requirements as to her future conduct. She was to visit no convents and to write no letters without the king's permission. Her maids and her ladies-in-waiting, especially Philandre, première femme de chambre, who had charge of her writing desk, being set as spies and jailers over her. Not much wonder that the lively little niece, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, visiting Chantilly in that disturbed month of August, found the Queen in bed, ill with fear and worry. For this was not the end of it. The cardinal was dissatisfied, still suspecting concealment. La Porte, in his prison, was once more threatened with torture. a spy was sent to him, one of the Queen's officers, gained over by Richelieu and La Fema. He brought a supposed message from the Queen to La Porte, commanding him to tell all he knew. But if Anne's enemies were clever and resourceful, so also were her friends. The romantic courage of Mademoiselle de Hautefort and of the Chevalier de Jars, himself confined to the Bastille, had found a way of conveying a letter to La Porte, warning him of the extent of the Queen's confessions. He was thus prepared to tell the same story, all of which seems to justify Richelieu's suspicion. Madame de Motteville says that the remembrance of those summer weeks at Chantilly "faisait horreur à la reine." She was within an ace of following her mother-in-law's example in a flight from France. Mademoiselle de Hautefort and the Prince de Marcillac, afterwards Duc de la Rochefoucauld, were ready to ride off with her to Brussels. Her life at the court had become unendurable. Richelieu brought forward the terrors of the law in the person of Chancellor Séguier, who not only examined the Queen like a criminal, but made a thorough search at the Abbey of the Val de Grace, where her letters and papers were supposed to be hidden. Either because the abbess was fearless and loyal, or because there was nothing to find, the Chancellor found no papers of a later date than 1630. So the storm passed over. Richelieu could prove nothing. The King and Queen were reconciled, and the only consequence was a fresh exile for Madame de Chevreuse, who rode for her life from Tours and crossed the Pyrenees into Spain. Mademoiselle de Hautefort remained in favour for 2 more years. The Queen valued her friendship, and the King, after his final parting with Mademoiselle de Lafayette, had returned to his old love. She became a lady-in-waiting with the title of Madame and other privileges. But Richelieu was still afraid of her. Rather cautiously and slowly, from 1637 till the end of 1639, he was working for her ruin. In the Queen's very household he had a spy, long unsuspected and exceedingly clever at her odious trade, Mademoiselle de Chemerault, a young maid of honour, an intimate friend of Madame de Hautefort. From the most private interior of the court, this girl reported every word and deed to a Madame Malines, who conveyed the information direct to Richelieu in letters which still exist, a mine of ancient gossip written in the curious jargon used by him in his secret notes. Everybody has a nickname. The Cardinal himself, in these notes, is sometimes Amadeo, sometimes l'Oracle. The King and Queen are Céphale and Procris. Madame de Hauteville is l'Aurore, Madame d'Aiguillon, Vénie, Mademoiselle de Lafayette, la Délaissée, Mademoiselle de Chemerault herself, le Bon Ange. These letters warned the Cardinal of all the loves and hatreds, the private and public discontents and desires which moved the Queen and her friends, and kept him in touch with every detail of the stormy yet affectionate intercourse between Madame de Hautefort and the King. Her empire, if only intermittent, was dangerous, the more so because she was known to be on friendly terms with the Comte de Soissons and with Monsieur. Richelieu believed in the expulsive power of a new affection. Young Henri de Féat, Marquis de Cinq-Mars, was brought to court by him with the definite object of distracting the King from the society of Madame de Hautefort. This plan being on the way to succeed, the Cardinal took advantage of one of the King's journeys, when the lady was not there to plead her own cause, to accuse her of being as dangerous and intrigante as Madame de Chevreuse, adding that he could no longer endure this fighting in the dark, and that Louis must choose between Madame de Hautefort and himself. With some show of regret the King yielded. Madame de Hautefort was banished from court and retired to her grandmother's country estates. 4 years later, when Richelieu and Louis XIII were dead, she was recalled and honoured among the old friends who had been faithful to the regent in adversity. The Queen's own troubles and humiliations came to an end in September of 1638. On the 5th, Richelieu's birthday, and also the date on which he became cardinal, duke, and peer, the long-wished-for Dauphin was born at Saint-Germain. All France rejoiced. The towns, especially Paris, held high festival, with singing of Te Deum, firing of cannon, ringing of bells, keeping open house for all comers. The cardinal, who was at Picardy, wrote rapturous letters to the king and queen. I hope and believe that God has given Monseigneur le Dauphin to Christendom to appease its troubles and to bring to it the blessing of peace. I vow to him from his birth the same passionate devotion I have always had for the king and for your majesty, whose faithful servant I am and shall be eternally. The cardinal's rejoicing was sincere. In the birth of the future Louis XIV, he rightly saw the triumph of his own policy, as well as the saving of France from the danger which the king's weak health made imminent, of falling into the hands of Gaston d'Orléans and his crew. 2 years later, in 1640, the birth of Philippe was an additional security. But the joy of September 1638 was soon followed by one of the most real sorrows of Richelieu's life. In December, he lost Père Joseph, his adviser and shadow, the intimate friend of 30 years. Through all difficulties and changes, the two men had worked together. Both were hard and pitiless politicians, driving at the same ends in church and state. François du Tremblay, the monk, was the more imaginative, the more enthusiastic, and the less human of the two. He was not, like Richelieu, personally ambitious, and he lived the simple life of a friar, while his keen cleverness and ready, fearless resource made him the first of diplomatists. If he was eager for the cardinal's hat, steadily refused by Pope Urban VIII, it was because of the advantages this honour would have brought to his beloved Capuchin order. Père Joseph had been ill for some time at his convent in Paris, when the cardinal wrote to beg him to come to Rueil, offering to send his own litter that he might travel comfortably. This offer he accepted. Richelieu received him with much affection, and at first he seemed to rally. He dictated a circular letter to his congregation of the Filles du Calvaire, answered letters from missionaries in the East, and listened with pleasure to a book describing the exploits of Godefroy de Bouillon in the Holy Land. The spirit of a crusader was in him to the last. Another seizure brought him very near death, but he lingered till December 18th, while Richelieu tried to cheer his Ezechiel's failing ears with news of the victories by which France was now reaping the fruit of so much effort and suffering. With great funereal pomp, the Capuchin was borne back to Paris and buried in his convent church in the Rue Saint-Honoré, where for nearly 170 years his stately Latin epitaph, composed by Cardinal de Richelieu, told the world how he had lived in the midst of splendour and riches, austere and poor. His bones lay beside those of the famous Pérange, Duc de Joyeuse and Marshal of France. In 1804, when the already profaned church was pulled down and the Rue Montabaur built over its site, their remains were removed to the cemetery of Montmartre. Paris of the Streets made her own epitaph for Père Joseph. Si j'y assure de cette église sa petite éminence grise, et quand au Seigneur il plaira, son éminence rouge y gira. The cardinal's hat, desired by Richelieu for his old friend, was eventually given to Jules Mazarin, the clever Italian statesman who, originally an agent of the Vatican, but now naturalized in France, had risen so high in Richelieu's opinion that he appointed him, in Père Joseph's place, one of his principal secretaries of state. Mazarin was in fact a peacemaker between Richelieu and the Pope, and his promotion to be cardinal was really a sign of their reconciliation. The Church of France had been supported by Rome in resistance to the new laws and revived taxes in the many complicated exactions made upon her great possessions in aid of the war. The cry of sacrilege rose high, the archbishops and bishops were divided, the majority eager to resist a minister whom they called tyrant, apostate, and other hard names, the minority ready to hail Cardinal de Richelieu as the head of the Gallican Church. There was actually a talk of appointing him patriarch. Why not? Said the Jesuits, wisely respectful of the civil power. Books and violent pamphlets were written on both sides of the question. The Pope refused to issue bulls for the appointment of French bishops so long as the French government held on its present course. Richelieu was prepared to do without them. The king refused to receive the nuncio or to recognize his authority. The Pope absolutely refused to confirm Richelieu's own election as abbot general of the orders of Citeaux and Prémontré, or to countenance his project of advanced reform in his own order of Cluny. A private quarrel in Rome made matters worse. One of the French ambassador's gentlemen was killed, and the ambassador's wrath irritated the Pope into forbidding any funeral honours to be paid in Rome to Richelieu's lieutenant, the soldier Cardinal de la Valette, who died at Rivoli in the midst of his Savoyard campaign of 1639. The quarrel was at last made up. For the French Church, as for the government, it was really a question of money, and both agreed to a compromise. Richelieu's finance secretaries withdrew some part of their immense demands. The clergy, very unwillingly, granted the rest. Urban VIII was appeased, and Mazarin became a cardinal. If Richelieu opposed the Pope, the friend of the Hapsburgs, and asserted the liberty of the Gallican Church in such matters, for instance, as the annulling of Monsieur's marriage, he was neither unorthodox nor unfriendly to the different forms of religious effort. The great charities of the 17th century grew and flourished under his shadow. The spirit of Saint François de Sales lived on in the order of the Visitation, devoted to the sick and the poor. Vincent de Paul, with his mission of Lazarist Fathers and his Sisters of Charity, bringing light into dark places and helping the miserable, both in Paris and in the deserts of the country, was a familiar and beautiful figure through most of Richelieu's reign. Monsieur Vincent's great mission work, the training of the younger clergy, also nobly carried on by the congregations of the Oratory, of Saint Nicolas de Chardonnay and of Saint Sulpice, had lain very near Richelieu's own heart in his young days. The cardinal extended his powerful protection to the teaching orders, Jesuits, Ursulines, and others, and the reformed Benedictines of Saint-Maur, so famous for ecclesiastical and historical learning, owed their distinction largely to him. He did very much indeed toward the reform and discipline of the regular clergy, and with a longer life he might have removed many of the abuses which spoiled their religious ideal. But his chief and immediate object was to nationalize the orders and to bring them under the same authority with France as a whole. A central and supreme authority, absolutism, obedience. These were the root principles of Richelieu's rule. He hated original independent thought or action in church or state. It was of the nature of rebellion. Personal quite as much as political, this imperious, dominating temper was the chief secret of his triumph in matters where reason and equity have in the long run decided against him. For instance, the many cases in which he appointed his own judges and tribunals to try his prisoners. the slower and often fairer proceedings of the parliamentary law courts being found unbearable by his impatient and positive mind. The same domineering spirit explains Richelieu's treatment of his old friend, the Abbé de Saint-Cyran. He could be tolerant of Protestants. Their private heresies mattered a little, as long as their public conduct was loyal. But the advance of Jansenist opinions within the French Church was another thing. In the case of M. de Saint-Cyran, as strong-willed a personage as the cardinal himself, it meant a very powerful spiritual influence, not quite strictly orthodox, with a stiff morality and an independence of mind which judged and condemned much of the cardinal's own theory and practice. He did his best to win Saint-Cyran, whose learning and high character were of European fame, but bishoprics would not tempt the man who did not choose to range himself among the cardinal's slaves, who, though none too loyal to the Pope, declared openly that the Church could not annul Monsieur's marriage, and who agreed with Jansenius in denouncing the alliance of France and the heretics. The great director and glory of Port-Royal was imprisoned at Vincennes in 1638, and remained there till after the death of Richelieu. The Eminentissime could not afford to tolerate a man the watchwords of whose spirit were independence, boldness, and truth. "He is more dangerous," he said, "than half a dozen armies." End of section 21. Section 22 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 11. 1639 to 1642. For the last 3 or 4 years of Cardinal de Richelieu's life, his figure stands out against a horizon glowing with the fires of victory. After the death of Bernard of Saxe-Weimar in 1639, Richelieu's diplomacy transferred his army and his lieutenants to Louis XIII's service, and the conquest of Alsace for France was the consequence. The Comte de Guébriant, the brilliant soldier who succeeded Weimar in the command, carried the war into Germany, and by a series of victories, in conjunction with the Swedes, made the emperor tremble in Ratisbon. In the Spanish Netherlands, the Marechal de la Meillerie took Arras after a 2 months' siege, and gave back to France the ancient province of Artois. In northern Italy, the campaign was more troublesome. The princes of Savoy, the new duke being a child, disputed the regency with their sister-in-law, Christine of France, and allied themselves with Spain. Christine herself, influenced by Père Monod, had leanings toward the imperial side, and it was not till the Spaniards had swept over Piedmont and taken Turin and besieged Casale that she brought herself to turn for help to Richelieu. Even then, jealous for her son's independence and her own, she would not consent to send him to France for education, much less to hand over his whole dominions to be occupied by her brother's armies. Her obstinacy triumphed, for Richelieu withdrew his conditions and sent the Comte d'Harcourt to relieve Casale and retake Turin, operations which were brilliantly carried out. The Spaniards were driven out of the country. The Savoyard princes, finding the fortunes of war against them, submitted to the Duchess Regent, who returned victorious to her capital. France gained, besides a firm alliance with Savoy, a paramount position in North Italy. Spain was in trouble by land and by sea. Her fleets were defeated and half destroyed by the French in the Mediterranean and the Bay of Biscay, and by the Dutch, Richelieu's allies, in the English Channel. The old province of Catalonia, with the frontier counties of Roussillon and Cerdagne, revolted against the burdens heaped on them by Olivares and offered their allegiance to the King of France. French armies overran Roussillon, besieged Perpignan, and driving on over the mountains, fought side by side with the rebels in Catalonia. Before the death of Richelieu, almost all the province was in French hands, and his brother-in-law, the Marquis de Brezé, had reigned for some months as viceroy at Barcelona. It looked as though the southeastern frontier of France would be extended, as in the days of Charlemagne, to the Ebro. The power of Spain was further handicapped by the revolt of Portugal. Encouraged by France, she claimed and seized her independence, recalled her old royal family of Braganza to the throne, and added one more to the active allies of Richelieu. The tragic end of the Comte de Soissons was a more personal triumph for the cardinal. Monsieur le Comte had spent his time at Sedan in weaving plots with the Duc de Bouillon and the wild Archbishop of Reims, now Duc de Guise, while waiting for some turn of events that might restore his fortunes. In the summer of 1641, Richelieu decided to break up this nest of conspirators. He required the Duc de Bouillon to withdraw his hospitality and ordered the Comte de Soissons to banish himself to Venice. Both refused. It was now open war between them and Richelieu. They tried but failed to draw Gaston d'Orléans into their quarrel. For once he was prudent in time. They published a manifesto, as usual, declaring themselves loyal subjects of Louis XIII, moved solely by a patriotic desire to get rid of the tyrant minister. Pour le roi, contre le cardinal was the device on their banners. They prepared to invade France with a small army of imperial troops, supported by Duke Charles of Lorraine, who was now prepared to break his last treaty with Richelieu. They were met by a royal army commanded by the brave but lethargic Coligny, Marechal de Chatillon. He was rather seriously beaten by the rebels in the first and only engagement of the little campaign, but this news, which cost Richelieu a few hours of great wrath and anxiety, was followed immediately by other news which made it of no importance. The bitter and the sweet, His Eminence wrote to M. Boutillier, the sweet being the death of Soissons, who was shot by an unknown hand in the confusion of that victorious skirmish through the woods of La Marfée on the left bank of the Meuse. Richelieu had a right to rejoice, for one of his trusted spies wrote to him, "If Monsieur le Comte had not been killed, he would have been welcomed by half of Paris." So says everyone, and that all France would have joined him because of the sol au livre and the other vexations laid upon the people, who are very malcontent. The revolt died with Soissons, for neither Bouillon nor Guise bore a name to be followed far. Bouillon submitted and was pardoned. Guise fled to Brussels and did not return till the days of the Bonne Régence. The cardinal persuaded Louis, with difficulty they say, not to wreak his vengeance on the prince's dead body, but to restore him to his mother. Some time afterwards His Eminence paid a visit of condolence to Madame la Comtesse. Elle étoit sur son lit et ne répondit aux compliments que par ses larmes. The death of Louis de Bourbon freed Richelieu not only from a political and personal enemy, but from one of the proudest of the princes who scorned the lofty social claims of himself and his family. These reached their highest point in 1641. His uncle, Amador de la Porte, was Grand Prior of France and enjoyed several rich governments. His pious and eccentric brother Alphonse was Archbishop of Lyons, Primate of Gaul, and Cardinal. Richelieu could not make a statesman of this worthy ecclesiastic, but those who failed to treat him with the honour due to a great prince of the Church found themselves in disgrace. The cardinal's first cousin, Charles de la Porte, Marquis de la Meilleraye, was a marshal of France, Grand Master of the Artillery, with his residence at the Arsenal, and a Knight of the Order. One of the Cardinal's favourite commanders, he distinguished himself in many campaigns, and though a good man in the main, was said to have enriched himself from the public finances. He afterwards succeeded Richelieu as governor of Brittany. The Cardinal did his best to pour honours on the families of his two sisters, Françoise and Nicole. Madame de Combalet, now Duchesse d'Aiguillon, and all-powerful with her uncle, had one brother, François de Vignerot, Marquis de Pont de Courlay, who ruined himself in spite of splendid appointments, and earned terrible scoldings from the Cardinal, who paid his debts and, as far as possible, disinherited him. It was his eldest son, Armand-Jean, born in 1629, whom the Cardinal adopted as heir to his name, arms, and titles, and the greater part of his possessions. This boy took the name of du Plessis, and succeeded to the duchy, peerage, and estates of Richelieu. The title of Marquis de Richelieu passed to the younger brother, Jean-Baptiste Amador de Vignerot, and his descendants succeeded in time to the Duchy of Aiguillon, left by Madame d'Aiguillon to her niece, her brother's only daughter, Mademoiselle d'Agenois. The Marquis de Maillé-Brézé, whose unhappy wife died in 1635, accepted enormous benefits from his brother-in-law without much show of thanks. In Richelieu's last years he held some of the highest military commands in the kingdom, and was too clever and capable not to acquit himself well, though with airs of ennui and fits of temper. His children did not inherit his intelligence. His son, Armand-Jean, Duc de Fronsac, failed to distinguish himself in the navy. His daughter, Claire Clémence, a dull little girl with a touch of the heroic, hardly seemed equal to her fate, that of linking the family of Richelieu with the blood royal of France. The brilliant matches made by the Cardinal's cousins, Mesdemoiselles de Pontchâteau and others, had already proved that, as Montglat says, the greatest were happy and honoured to be allied with him. Among these greatest was the first prince of the blood, the Prince de Condé. He had been Richelieu's faithful and rather servile follower ever since their reconciliation in 1626, being shrewd enough to see that this was the path to wealth and power. So early as 1633, when Mademoiselle de Brezé was only 5 years old, he had proposed a marriage between her and his son Louis, Duc d'Enghien, and the Cardinal had accepted the offer. In 1641 the marriage was celebrated in Paris with great magnificence. The bridegroom was sulky and unwilling. Already at 20 he was a fighting hero, a man of the world, and desperately in love with Mademoiselle du Vigeon. To him this childish little wife was profoundly uninteresting. But the match gave keen pleasure to Cardinal de Richelieu, and the Prince de Condé proved his satisfaction by offering to marry his daughter, Mademoiselle de Bourbon, the famous Duchesse de Longueville, to young Armand de Maillé-Brézé. The Cardinal replied, according to Mademoiselle de Montpensier, with dignity and good sense, qu'il vouloit bien donner des demoiselles à des princes, et non pas des gentilshommes à des princesses. But there was the other side of the shield. There were dark shadows behind the victories and social triumphs which lifted France and her great minister so high in Europe. During Richelieu's last years, his armies were sometimes forced to other work than that of fighting imperialists. The provincial government of France had become in many quarters little but a hard and extortionate system of tax collecting, and the richest districts naturally fared the worst. When Bouillon, Bouthillier's colleague in the management of the finances, wrote despairingly in the autumn of 1639 to Chavigny, "Nous sommes maintenant au fond du pot," and added his fear that foreign war might bring about civil war, the great fertile province of Normandy ruined by injustice, tyranny, and enormous taxation, was actually an open rebellion. The va-nu-pieds were marching in bands over the country, murdering tax gatherers, destroying government property, while even the tradespeople of Rouen and Caen rose and burned the houses and bureaux of the royal officers and killed them and their servants in the streets. Richelieu wrote very sharply to his financiers on their mismanagement and ill-judged severity. As to the Normandy affair, they must remedy that, by prudence and skill, as best they could. No troops could be spared to help them. However, his Eminence had to yield to necessity, and Colonel de Gassion, with 6,000 men, marched into Normandy, occupied Caen and Rouen, put hundreds of peasants to the sword, hanged or sent to the galleys hundreds more, while those who escaped fled the country. The whole population was disarmed, the Norman Parliament ceased for the time to exist, and the province had to pay a heavy indemnity besides all the arrears of the taxes it had refused, which were reimposed in the fullest rigour. The towns were deprived of all their liberties and privileges. Their municipal courts were suspended. For 2 years Normandy was governed by a royal commission and lay in deep disgrace under a kind of martial law. All this was an example, extreme certainly, of Richelieu's domestic government, the wrong side of his glory. The Norman revolt worried him terribly, the more so as he knew that it was instigated by his enemies, not Spain alone, but England, hindered by internal troubles from taking an open part in the war. Richelieu had indeed earned little gratitude from Charles I. His creation of a navy, his colonizing and trading policy, had for years made France a dangerous rival to England in home and foreign seas, and of late his far-seeing statesmanship, by encouraging the rebel party in Scotland, had helped to bias the king in favour of his mother-in-law's quarrel. Marie de Medicis was an honoured guest at the English court for nearly 3 years, from 1638 to 1641. This old friend and enemy of the cardinal did not survive him. She died, poor and miserable, at Cologne in the summer of 1642. Her children reigning in all Christendom, she had not an inch of earth to call her own. The cardinal, lying ill at Tarascon, caused a solemn service to be held in her memory. Another deepening shadow on his last years was the state of his health. In addition to the old ills of frequent fever and headache, he now suffered from painful and distressing complaints, which kept him constantly in the hands of physician or surgeon, and the consequences were much depression, irritability, and suspiciousness, with increased hardness and severity to those who offended him, so that great and small feared him more than ever and loved him less. In this condition of mind and body he entered on the year 1642, during which he was to encounter his last conspiracy, to suffer his last doubts of the king's trust and favour, and triumphantly to end his career. Already in the autumn and winter of 1641 there was mortal enmity between Richelieu and the young favourite he had given to Louis XIII. The success of Cinq-Mars was complete. The king could not pass a day without him. He was grand equerry, cut a splendid figure at court, was popular and gay, made love to great ladies, dreamed of marrying Princess Marie de Gonzague, and climbed to the highest rank in the kingdom. If the friendship of the king had stormy episodes which might have warned a less vain and confident courtier against putting his trust in princes, there were also times when Louis was ready to listen with grim enjoyment, and even with sympathy, to the young man's rash talk against the cardinal. Richelieu had not found in Cinq-Mars the tool he expected, and revenged himself sharply by word and deed. He treated Monsieur le Grand with scornful anger, as an impertinent boy, laughed at his social ambitions, and barred his access to the royal council. Cinq-Mars swore vengeance. His talk was of poniard and pistols. He had been a secret ally of the Sedan conspirators. now with a few confederates, among whom were his intimate friends M. de Fontrailles and M. de Thou, he began seriously to plot the destruction of the cardinal. The first idea was simply assassination, but the dangers were obvious, and Francois de Thou had a troublesome conscience. They widened their plan into a political conspiracy, including Monsieur, the lately pardoned Duc de Bouillon, and the Spanish government. De Thou shrank also from high treason, but he was not the man to betray his friends. He had been injured in his career by Richelieu, and also, private reasons apart, regarded him as the oppressor of France and the perturbator of Europe. His hope seems to have been that Louis himself might be induced by his favourite's strong influence to dismiss his minister. If this ever seemed probable, it was in the early days of 1642. The king and the cardinal were both ill when they left Paris for Roussillon, the Spanish campaign being in full swing. They travelled separately, the royal party a day in advance. The cardinal's suite was so large that the same night's lodging was seldom enough for both, and the progress was slow. Leaving Paris in January, they reached Narbonne in the second week of March. Cinq-Mars had not wasted his time. He had gone so far, they say, with the bored, discontented king, as to suggest not only the cardinal's disgrace, but his murder. Louis listened, says Aubery, with horror, yet he neither warned the cardinal nor took any steps to defend him. He wrote to him indeed in the first days of March, when the weary journey was nearly over, "Songez seulement à votre personne." But this might naturally refer to Richelieu's health, which was growing worse every day. The king saw no real danger probably in the irresponsible chatter of M. le Grand. He was half amused. He was often very impatient of his minister's domineering temper, and not unwilling to use his favourite as a safety valve. In that there was nothing new, but all the history shows that the king leaned on the cardinal's genius, trusted him, if he did not love him, and had too much good sense ever seriously to think of depriving the kingdom of his services. Cinq-Mars was discouraged, at least as to the violent death he proposed for the cardinal. Not only was the king a little cold, for his favour was beginning to wane, but Monsieur and the Duc de Bouillon, on whose presence and help he had counted, were prudently careful to keep at a distance. He placed all his hopes, therefore, on the secret treaty with Spain, which was actually brought to him at Narbonne. Fontrailles, disguised as a Capuchin friar, had carried it to Madrid for the signature of Olivares. In it the King of Spain promised an army of 17,000 men and a large sum of money to Monsieur, the Duc de Bouillon, and Cinq-Mars, who were to command this force under the Emperor and to hold Sedan in his name while Spain invaded France. All the French conquests of the last 4 years were to be restored, and the work of Richelieu entirely undone. The precious document was sent to Monsieur for his signature, which he, with newly developed caution, was in no hurry to give. Richelieu had offered the command in North Italy to the third chief conspirator, Bouillon. His brother, the Vicomte de Turenne, always of stainless loyalty, was fighting in Roussillon with the Marechal de la Meilleraye and the young Duc d'Enghien. The king passed on to the siege of Perpignan, leaving the cardinal seriously ill at Narbonne. His sufferings at this time, both of mind and body, were very great, and may be traced through the letters which day by day he dictated and sent to M. de Noailles, his secretary for war, in attendance on the king. Louis was himself far from well, but the cardinal's constant eager inquiries during this enforced separation betray anxieties beyond the matter of health. For Cinq-Mars was always at his post, and if Richelieu knew nothing yet of the Spanish treaty, he suspected everything as to his enemy's personal designs. The thought of these and the agony of clinging to that power which in the last resort depended on the favour of the king were worse to the strong spirit than days and nights of pain caused by cruel sores and barbarous remedies. Early in May he writes from Narbonne. Unluckily, though the surgeons say I am better, they cannot lift me from one bed to another without extraordinary pain. And 3 days later, as I thought to be entering the haven, a new tempest has driven me far away. A fresh abscess had appeared on his already crippled right arm. To console me, they talk of playing with knives again, on which I shall find it hard to resolve, having neither strength nor courage enough. I pray God to grant me these, that I may conform to his will. 2 days later, I suffered extraordinary pain last night. They have decided to make an opening in the bend of the arm, but they fear they may cut the vein. I am in the hand of God. I would I had finished my testament, but I cannot do it without you, and you cannot move till Perpignan is taken. The slight ease given by the operation lasted only a few days. More abscesses formed, and it seemed that the Cardinal thought himself a dying man. M. de Noailles having arrived at his pressing summons, Pierre Falconi, notary royal of the town of Narbonne, was employed to write out that remarkable will of 17 sheets, which shows his mind at its clearest and strongest. Madame d'Aiguillon and M. de Noailles were his executors, and among the witnesses were Cardinal Mazarin and Ardouin de Périfix, his chamberlain, afterwards Archbishop of Paris. Falconi attested that Mondi Seigneur de Cardinal-Duc was unable, owing to the state of his right arm, himself to sign his testament. The end was not yet. The doctors advised a move from the marshes and stagnant lakes of Narbonne to the healthier air of Provence and the Rhone. Any ordinary conveyance was impossible for the Cardinal's pain-racked body. He travelled in his bed, carried by 18 men in an immense litter hung with crimson and gold. So large, we are told, was the machine that gateways had to be widened, doors and windows taken out, walls pulled down at the many stopping places on his Eminence's journey. He was overtaken by bad news. The Marechal de Guiche had been defeated by the Spaniards near Cambrai, and for a few days there was great alarm in the north of France, with new outcries against the Cardinal. His enemies were even mad enough to accuse him of having arranged the defeat in order to prove himself still necessary to France. If this absurd report reached him, his already troubled mind was soothed by a letter from the King, brought to him at Arles by M. de Chavigny. Je finirai en vous assurant que quelque faux bruit qu'on fasse court, je vous aime plus que jamais, et qu'il y a trop longtemps que nous sommes ensemble pour jamais séparer, ce que je veux bien que tout le monde sache. Richelieu's reply to that letter was to send the King, by the hand of Chavigny, a copy or rough sketch of his brother's secret treaty with Spain. By what means that copy reached him has been one of the secrets of history. Among many guesses, Michelet favours the story that Queen Anne, aware of the treaty, took this means of making her peace with the Cardinal. But it seems more likely, on the whole, that Richelieu's own spies at the court of Madrid had made the discovery. In any case, it meant for him a final triumph. At first the King was irresolute. Ill from the heat, he had returned to Narbonne from the camp at Perpignan, leaving the siege to his officers. Though he knew Cinq-Mars to be a traitor, he did not at once arrest him, half hoping perhaps that the pauvre diable might save his life by escaping over the frontier. Fontrailles had already done so, but Cinq-Mars, proud, foolhardy, confident in his master's affection, followed him to Narbonne. Urgent letters to the King from the Cardinal decided his fate. When too late, he hid himself in a house at Narbonne. The mistress had pity on his curly head, but her hard-hearted husband denounced him. The royal guards seized him and conveyed him to the castle of Montpellier. De Thou, the least guilty of all and the first to be taken, was sent to Tarascon, where Richelieu had already arrived. The Duc de Bouillon, arrested at Casale, was brought back to France and imprisoned at Lyons, in the old castle of Pierre-Encise, which in those days still dominated the city. The king's illness disinclined him to linger in the south, either for the conquest of Roussillon or for the trial of traitors. On the very day of his favourite's arrest he left Narbonne for Fontainebleau, and stopped at Tarascon for an interview with the cardinal. Both were so ill that Louis was carried on a bed into his minister's room, and there, side by side, the rulers of France, neither of whom had a year to live, discussed the Spanish treaty and its authors. Louis gave them up without conditions to the vengeance of Richelieu. He, assured of the king's eternal faith and affection, forgot bodily pain in mental triumph, and was ready to take up with all his old energy the full regal power and authority with which he found himself suddenly invested. This extended not only to the punishment of state criminals, but to the Spanish campaign and the whole government of the south. It seems that Bouillon and Cinq-Mars had a legal loophole of escape. They appeared in the actual treaty only as deux seigneurs de qualité, their names, with that of Sedan, being added in a secret memorandum. Monsieur and His Catholic Majesty of Spain were the only two persons openly mentioned. The fate of his fellow conspirators therefore depended largely on Monsieur, and they, knowing this, may well have despaired. He was at Blois, faisant le malade, when the news of the arrest of Cinq-Mars reached him. As a first precaution, he burned the original treaty. Then, finding that all was known, he sent the Abbé de la Rivière to Richelieu with letters of confession and grovelling entreaties for pardon. Richelieu told the messenger that his master deserved death, and might think himself fortunate if he escaped with confiscation and banishment. He had no longer the saving quality of being heir to the throne of France. He was terribly frightened. The cardinal, with great show of severity, insisted that he should renounce for ever all charges and administrations in the kingdom, and should retire for the present on a pension to Annecy in Savoy, after being confronted at Lyons with his captive confederates. This trial the king spared him, but he had to save himself by signing a declaration that Messieurs de Bouillon and de Cinq-Mars were in fact the two seigneurs de qualité to whom the Spanish treaty referred. Cinq-Mars and de Thou were brought to their trial at Lyons. Rumour and gossip seem to have coloured too highly the dramatic situation so often painted and described. According to the story, believed by Madame de Motteville and M. de Montglat, and society generally, both prisoners were conveyed by river, the boat in which they travelled being towed by the great barge on which the cardinal had embarked in his gorgeous litter. As a fact, it was de Thou alone who made part of this spectacle of vindictive triumph, Cinq-Mars being fetched by a troop of horse from Montpellier. The voyage against the swift waters of the Rhone was long and slow. On each bank a squadron of the cardinal's guards kept pace with the boats. They left Tarascon on August 17th and did not reach Lyons till September 3rd, when de Thou with Cinq-Mars joined the Duc de Bouillon in the castle of Pierre-en-Cise. Their trial began immediately, and for Cinq-Mars the verdict was certain. Even had not the jury been partly composed of Richelieu's own commissioners, notably that Laubardemont, who had for years been a name of terror to his enemies. Chancellor Séguier, with a touch of humanity, tried to save François de Thou. This gallant gentleman was plainly guiltless of any act of conspiracy. But there were old private grudges in his case, and Richelieu's state of mind and body made any hope of mercy vain. Laubardemont, acting for him, brought up an old law of Louis XI, which punished with death those who knew of a plot without revealing it. This law had seldom been carried out in full severity, but its existence was enough to condemn the man who had been a too faithful friend, and de Thou shared Cinq-Mars' sentence. The Duc de Bouillon saved his head by resigning his strong fortress of Sedan to the king, who much desired it, says Montglat, because it was situated on the river Meuse and served as a retreat for all the malcontent. The sentence pronounced on September 12th was carried out that same day in the square of the Hôtel de Ville at Lyons. Many writers have described the heroic calmness with which the two young men met their death, and the universal pity and mourning throughout society. M. de Montglat expresses the feeling of his order. Thus died M. le Grand, aged 22 years, handsome, well-made, generous, liberal, and having all the parts of an honnête homme, had he not been ungrateful to his benefactor, and had he shown more judgment in his conduct. As to M. de Thou, he was beloved of every one. He was indeed a man of great merit, regretted by the whole court, where many believed that he was condemned without reason. 3 days before the execution, Perpignan opened its gates to the French, and Cardinal de Richelieu, who left Lyons for Paris as soon as the trial was over, wrote from his first stage to M. de Chavigny. These 3 words are to tell you that Perpignan is in the king's hands, and that M. le Grand and M. de Thou are in the other world, where I pray God they may be happy. Louis XIII, we are told, received the news of his old favourite's death with equal heartlessness, remembering no more the friendship he had borne him, and without any feeling of compassion. Travelling in his great machine, the cardinal made his slow journey, chiefly by canals and rivers. October was advanced when he slept the last night at Fontainebleau, embarked on the Seine, landed in Paris, and was borne to his retreat at Rueil, the court being at Saint-Germain. It was a triumphal return. His enemies were fallen, and from every side news of fresh victories came to greet the dying minister, who had given France her new place among the nations. End of section 22. Section 23 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 12. 1642. In the first days after Cardinal de Richelieu's return from the south, few persons, certainly not himself, realized that his career was so near its end. The doctors, however, knew what they were doing when they healed the wounds in his arm. His chief surgeon remonstrated, but to no purpose, for the cardinal would have it done. "He has dealt himself a mortal blow," the surgeon said to a friend. For the moment, infirm as he was, he took a new hold on life. During those autumn weeks at Rueil, he was eager, imperious, restless, suspicious, ever planning for the future, in case he should survive the king, strangely haughty, irritable, and nervous, insisting that his armed guards should attend him everywhere, even in the royal presence. Louis XIII himself, too ill and depressed to enjoy his hunting as usual, was pestered by Chavigny and de Noailles with messages from the Eminentissime, insisting on the disgrace of 4 of his best-liked officers, among whom was M. de Troisville or Treville, the famous captain of musketeers, whose only crime was that they had formerly been friends of Cinq-Mars, and that Richelieu feared their hatred and their influence. The king resisted long, but at last, by sheer angry obstinacy, the cardinal gained his point, and the 4 gentlemen were dismissed from the court, though not from the army, the king showing great displeasure, even to shedding of tears. In November his Eminence moved from Rueil to the Palais Cardinal, and there, still magnificent, though gloomy of spirit and too ill to be actually present, he entertained the court with the performance of an heroic comedy called Europe, partly his own, partly the work of Desmarets. Here were celebrated the victories of France over Germany, Spain, and her own internal disloyalties, as well as her triumphs in art, commerce, and luxury. In truth, the peace was a glorification of the ministry of Armand de Richelieu. It was not long before nature took her revenge and justified the doctors. On Friday, November 28th, 1642, in the night, says Aubery, the Cardinal Duke was attacked by a great pain in his side with fever. On Sunday, the pain and fever having much augmented, it was found necessary to bleed him twice, and the Duchesse d'Aiguillon and the Maréchaux de Brezé and de la Meilleraye decided to sleep at the Palais Cardinal. On Monday morning the Cardinal was better, but in the afternoon and night he became so much worse, with difficulty of breathing, that the doctors bled him again. On Tuesday the king ordered special prayers in all the Paris churches, and came himself from Saint-Germain to visit his dying minister. Whether sorry or glad, who knows? At this supreme hour, as all through Richelieu's career, there are contradictory accounts of the relations between the two men. Aubery's dignified narrative shows us a gracious and sympathetic king, handing nourishment to the invalid, listening with sorrowful attention to the last counsels of the statesman who had led him and France so far, and who now, while reminding His Majesty of his past services and recommending his family and friends to his care, was chiefly concerned that Monsieur should have no share, now or ever, in the government, and that Cardinal Mazarin, the fittest of all the present ministers, should take up the burden which must be laid down. For it was plain to Richelieu himself, as well as to king, friends, and physicians, that he had not many hours to live. Louis did more than listen to the Cardinal's dying prayers and counsels. He respected them. But gossips and memoir writers agree that he left the Palais Cardinal fort gai, laughing and joking with the Cardinal's relations, and admiring the splendours of the great house, which now, by his will, was to become royal property. When the king was gone, Richelieu asked his physicians how long he had to live. They replied evasively, they could not tell, there was no cause to despair, and so forth. Then he called for Monsieur Chicot, the king's physician, and told him to answer truly, not as a doctor, but as a friend. Chicot gave him 24 hours. C'est parler cela, said Richelieu, and sent for the Curé de Saint-Eustache, his parish church, to receive his confession and to administer the last sacraments. "Treat me as the meanest of your parishioners," he said to the priest, and the crowd in his room could hear through their own sobs the voice of their master repeating Pater and Credo, joining in prayers, declaring his faith in God and the Church, answering to the question whether he forgave his enemies. "I have had no enemies but those of the state." It was a bold assertion from the lips of such a man, and the Bishop of Lisieux, standing by, was startled by the confident words. But one may very well imagine that Armand de Richelieu believed it of himself. On Wednesday, the doctors having bled him again, the pain and fever growing steadily worse, made their bows and retired. They could do no more. A country quack was then allowed to try his skill. Many such probably haunted the gates of the palace, but this man, Lefebvre by name, had some friend at court who admitted him to the sick room, and the Cardinal did not refuse his remedies. At first they seemed successful. Soothing draughts and opium pills lulled the sharp pain, and when the king, who had remained at the Louvre, paid his second visit in the afternoon, the Cardinal appeared slightly better. The gossips say that Louis departed less joyful. A quiet night brought so calm a morning, Thursday, December 4th, 1642, that the Cardinal's own people began to rejoice in the hope of his recovery, and if the doctors, knowing better, shook their heads, Monsieur Lefebvre had his moment of triumph. But the patient himself was not deceived. Those to whom he gave audience in the course of that morning, gentlemen sent by the Queen and Monsieur, listened to the words of a dying man. Only on his deathbed, assuredly, would Richelieu have humbly begged Anne's pardon for any causes of grievance which, in the course of our lives she might have had against him. A little before noon, says Aubery, he felt extraordinarily weak, and perceiving thus that his end infallibly drew near, he said with a tranquil countenance to the Duchesse d'Aiguillon: "My niece, I am very ill. I am going to die. I pray you to leave me. Your tenderness affects me. Do not suffer the pain of seeing me die." She, the person he had loved best, left him unwillingly and in tears, and his confessor was instantly called to say the prayers for the dying. A few minutes of unconsciousness, then 2 heavy sighs, and Cardinal de Richelieu was dead. He was only 57, but the worn face, wasted body, and whitened hair were those of a much older man. The Parisians came in immense crowds to look on him as he lay in state at the Palais Cardinal, where the royal guards, even before he was dead, had replaced his own. He lay on a bed of brocade in his magnificent cardinal's robes and cap, with the ducal coronet and mantle at his feet. The captain of his guards, M. de Bar, sat in deep mourning at his right hand, and on either side, by the light of many tall wax tapers in great silver candlesticks, a double choir of monks intoned psalms perpetually. On the evening of December 13th, the body of the Cardinal Duke was transported from his palace to the church of the Sorbonne on a magnificent car covered with a great pall of black velvet crossed with white satin and enriched with the arms of his Eminence, embroidered in gold and silver. The 6 horses which drew it entirely covered with drapery of the same, surrounded by pages, each holding a large candle of white wax, preceded and followed by so great a quantity of the same lights, which were carried and borne before the relations, connections, friends, servants, and officers of the deceased, who were present in coaches, on horseback, and on foot, that the evening of the day on which that funeral took place was brighter than the noon. The wide streets of this city, being found too narrow for the innumerable crowds of people by which they were lined, as in the greatest and most august ceremonies. So far the Gazette de France. With every mark, as it seems, of outward respect, the gleaming cavalcade made its way through the darkness of the city. They carried him over the Pont Neuf, where Henry's statue commanded Paris and the Seine, and up the hill, through the old University quarter, for which he had done so much, and laid him in the vault he had prepared for himself and his family, under the stately new church of the Sorbonne. His funeral ceremonies extended for weeks, far into the following year, with grand state services at Notre Dame and solemn requiems in all the churches of Paris. A long and flattering epitaph, engraved on copper and fastened to the wall of the crypt where he lay, was meant to keep his fame alive till France herself should be no more. It began: Ici repose le grand Armand-Jean du Plessis, Cardinal de Richelieu, Duc et Père de France, grand en naissance, grand en esprit, grand en sagesse, grand en science, grand en courage, grand en fortune, mais plus grand encore en piété. After describing the hero's fine deeds and wonderful qualities, his genius, grace, and majesty, the epitaph, said to have been composed by Georges de Scudéry, went on to announce that il est mort comme il est vécu, grand, invincible, glorieux, et pour dernier honneur, pleurer de son roi. Et pour son éternel bonheur, il est mort humblement, chrétiennement, et saintement. It was not till toward the end of the century that the marble tomb by Girardon was placed above the vault in the church of the Sorbonne. By his will, made at Narbonne, the cardinal confirmed the promised gift he had made to the crown in 1636 of the Palais Cardinal, most of his magnificent gold and silver plate, diamonds, and a large sum of money. He divided his lands, chateaux, and other property between his nephew and great-nephews and Madame d'Aiguillon, leaving the lion's share with his name and title, as has been said, to Armand de Vignerot, who was also entrusted with his precious library. Many of his artistic treasures and all his remaining jewellery went to Madame d'Aiguillon. With the most particular care and in the strongest words, he guarded against any future dismemberment of the estates he left to his family. Fortunate for him that his fame and honour did not depend on the chateau, the gardens, the forests, the collections and possessions of every kind which had so long shared his thoughts with France and her glory. The legacies to his servants and humbler friends showed the cardinal in his pleasantest light as a just and generous master. Not one was forgotten, from his chaplains, officers and gentlemen, his secretaries and le petit mulot, secretary's clerk, to cooks, grooms, muleteers and footmen. The smallest legacy was 6 years' wages. That he did not forget past benefits was shown by a legacy to a Monsieur de Broye, the necessitous nephew of that Claude Barbin who had helped him to his place in the ministry in the days of the Maréchal d'Ancre. He was extremely regretted, says Montglat, by his relations, friends and servants, who were numerous, for he was the best master, relation or friend that ever was, and provided that he was convinced a man loved him, his fortune was made, for he never forsook those who attached themselves to him. At the same time he was personally solitary and inaccessible, and after the death of Père Joseph, though surrounded by those whom loyalty or interest kept faithful to him, no man could call himself his intimate friend. Il est mort en grand politique. A great politician is dead. These were the short, cold words with which Louis XIII honoured the memory of the man who had raised France to her highest point since Charlemagne, crushed the Huguenot party, which had rebelled against 5 kings, humbled the House of Austria, which claimed to be the lawgiver of Christendom, and established the king's power so firmly by subduing the princes that nothing in the kingdom could resist him any more. As a king, there is no doubt that Louis regretted his great minister. He had proved over and over again that he knew how to value the statesman who had given him new authority and France new prestige. He had proved it to the bitter cost of those who reckoned on his personal impatience as a man of the yoke laid upon him by a tyrannical and worrying tutor. That yoke was now removed, and though the king appeared to be Richelieu's chief mourner while following his last counsels and carrying out his policy, contemporaries were very sure that in the depths of his soul he was glad to be rid of him. France as a whole drew a long breath of relief and joy. It was not only les grands du royaume, soon to be flocking back from prison and from exile, Monsieur appearing once more at court, the Duc de Vendôme leaving his refuge in England, who welcomed their freedom from the political terror which had weighed down their gay lives. It was also the people of lower degree, citizens, peasants, who had felt the oppression of Richelieu's heavy taxes. They had paid for his wars by pinching and starvation. For his objects they cared little, the vision of most of them being naturally bounded by their own parish. All through the provinces, in the villages, in the towns large and small, even in Paris itself, blazing bonfires lit up the winter nights when the Eminentissime lay dead. Il est passé, il a plié bagage, ce cardinal. Il est en plomb, l'éminent personnage, qui de nos moiries plus de 20 ans, il est passé. That well-known rondo was one of the mildest among the satirical poems, full of hatred, violence and indecency, which circulated in society after the death of him whom they called le ministère des enfers. And if his countrymen had listened for an echo of their rejoicing, they might have heard it in the great contentment of the enemies of France. Cardinal de Richelieu's noblest monument in Paris is his stately building of the Sorbonne. His resting place in the crypt of its church was disturbed in the Revolution, and his bones were scattered, but his embalmed face mask was preserved by reverent hands and ultimately replaced in his tomb. The church is no longer used for worship, but Armand de Richelieu still reclines there in marble peace. His eyes are raised to the heaven in which he certainly believed. He is supported in his mortal weakness by religion, holding the book he wrote when Bishop of Lugon in defence of the Catholic faith, and science, in the likeness of his beloved niece, Madame d'Aiguillon, lies mourning at his feet. End of section 23. End of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. Recording by Pamela Nagami in Encino, California, May 2016.